Okay, you know what, Rowan? I appreciate it. Your 3 month sub message. Thank you for 3 months of subs. Hello, everybody. Oh, you don't have to bonk yourself. Hello, everybody. I'm back. Oh my god. It looks so smooth from my end. Whoa. Is everything looking smooth on your guys' end? This is my new... I'm live from my new laptop. And my animations look smooth as fuck. I'm like, oh my god, I'm freaking out over here. Final Fantasy 14 is gonna look so good, so much better. Ah! My new laptop is overkill. This is gonna be great. Anyway. Hello! I'm back from my trip, back from Thanksgiving. I also can't wait to see Mr. Final Fantasy. Ah, Ned, hello! Ned, hello, how are you? Yes, I am starting the new Great Ace Attorney 2 Resolve. And I don't know what's gonna I mean, I hope I haven't accidentally spoiled myself on anything. I guess we'll see. But I want whatever the heck conspiracy was being set up in the first game. I want that. I want to know all about it. So let's get into it. What do we got this time? A nice cloud. It's a nice pine. Susato! Susato. Did her dad die? Oh. Wow, I thought this would be an anime opening, but it's not. Maybe it's her mother? No, you know what? It's gotta be... Ryunosuke didn't die. Find myself faced with another awful crime. No, Susato get fucking accused of murder? You know what? Oh, that. Wait, is this John Wilson's where he was buried? No, but this has got to be Kazuma, right? It looks pretty nonsense kanji. Wait, she got murdered? Josiah Brett got murdered? I knew it was Kazuma. I knew it was Kazuma. Kazuma-sama. So it is Kazuma's little grave. The Adventure of the Blossoming Attorney. Oh my god! Look at this setup. Like it's a 2000s anime. I love it. We're back in the Japanese court. I didn't think we'd ever come back here. Josiah Brett, but this time she got murdered? Was she not in, like, jail? Oh, no, wait, she got away with it, right? She was like, oh, I'm gonna be extradited, so, you can't do anything to me. That's right. But she got, what? Okay, I need to stop asking questions and, like, get answers. All right. 13th August, 8:26 a.m., Supreme Court of Judicature, Defendants Antechamber 3. Here I am again. We're from Susato's perspective. Ah! Here I am again after 9 months. Oh my god, it hasn't even been a year. The Supreme Court of Judicature in Japan. I feel so nervous, but I must steel my nerves and find a way to compose myself. I know 9 months is, oh wait, it's a literal baby length, you're right. Hey, it's Dad. He's okay then? All right, apparently he was sick. Is he okay? All right. Ah, good, you're here. It doesn't do for a lawyer to be late. Wait, is Susato a lawyer now? Oh, yes. Good morning, sir. I hardly recognize you. You cut a fine figure, Counsel. Susato's a lawyer! But you look as white as a sheet, and those wide eyes aren't doing you any favors either. Oh dear. 9 months is a baby length. Fact of the day. Unless she's defending herself like Ryunosuke was, and apparently her dad's like, all like, oh, so you're a lawyer now, defending yourself. Okay, Counsel. Like, thanks, Dad. Yay, CC, thank you for lurking. Oh dear. The truth is, I'm so incredibly nervous, I feel utterly nauseated. I almost wish that I'd never been born. He's like, hey now, I'm your dad. I was part of that. Goodness, not the sort of thing a father hopes to hear from his daughter, I must say. I was just saying. Yuji Mikotoba, professor of medicine at the Imperial Yume University. Friend Mikotoba from Imperial Famous University. A man who, earlier in his life, traveled to Great Britain to study the latest advances in forensic medical science. Yeah, CC. And of course, my brilliant father. Excuse me. Oh, hello. I feel like I've seen her online somewhere. Would I be correct in thinking that you're to be my lawyer in court today? Oh, yes, that's right, miss. So she's not defending herself. So Susato is actually Counsel. Let's go, Susato. Yeah, she's got good eyebrows. CC, hi. Oh, yeah. Well, I want to thank you for agreeing to represent me. I swear on my life. It's a complete fabrication, this whole thing. Mission against Susato, a GF is back on in game 2. Ray Membami? Remember me? Remember me? Remember me. Remember me once in a while, just promise me you'll try. No, I'm just kidding. Remember me. I can't do this. Born the same year as I, and my greatest friend, her best friend. Though unusual for a woman in our time, she works at the University Research Laboratory helping my father. Well, okay, I wouldn't say what you're doing is all that usual either, Susato. And sadly, she's the defendant. You're writing fanfic about the two as we speak, good. And sadly, she's a defendant in today's trial. Accused of committing a truly awful murder. Are you feeling all right? Since we started talking, you seem, well, to become a little flushed. Oh, you're blushing because Susato's here? No, I'm just kidding. Oh, my, it's just that. You look so gallant and dashing. Oh my God, Rowan. They're writing the fan fiction for you. You don't need to do anything. Sorry? And when I fall under your intense gaze, it makes me feel rather bashful. Oh, goodness gracious. Goodness, I don't think she knows. She hasn't realized who I am. Really? Aren't you friends? Are you wait, is she dressed up like Ryunosuke or... What? They're gonna talk about getting... Yeah, Susato's gotta get her off. It would seem our little plan for this trial is going to work. Oh, what do you mean, Professor Mikotoba? If even your best friend can't see through the disguise, I think we can relax. Holy shit, she is dressed up. Disguise? Yes. I've never tried dressing this way before, of course, so I wasn't sure how convincing it. I want to see her right now! In these boy clothes, I want to see her right now. But this does make me feel a little relieved, as you say, Father. Are they pretending she's a lawyer? Is there some deception going on here? Father? What? Is that you, Susato? I'm so sorry I didn't say something sooner, Ray. You did— No! What are you doing? What's going on? What? That varsity uniform, that varsity cap, that varsity cape, that varsity badge. Look at you. You look for all the world just like a student of the Imperial Yume University, a male student. I need to see her right now. I'm so glad you think so. It means all my preparations have been worthwhile. I woke at 4 this morning to make a start. Rowan, but I don't understand. Why are you dressed like that? Well, you see, it was the only way. The only way she would be permitted into the Supreme Court to take on your defense in this trial. All right, there was a thing about that last game, wasn't there? Like, Susato wasn't allowed in there or something. My defense? Never before in my life have I felt so frustrated at having been born into this body. Courts in Japan are barred to women. We're not even allowed to set foot inside the courtroom. You see, it's 1901 and people are misogynists. Yeah, exactly. Despite the fact that the laws of the land apply to all people, male and female alike. But women are forbidden. Just for today, I'll be leaving my true self at the courtroom door, so that I can act as your lawyer. Oh, Susato, you'd go to such lengths for me? Of course, you're my greatest friend. I just worry that I shan't be the lawyer you deserve. Oh no, I have complete faith in you. Ray. It's so strange, though. I mean, you're such an accomplished judicial assistant already, and yet just because you're a woman. What a wretched reason. I agree. I mean, why shouldn't you be allowed in court? You're so gallant and dashing. Ray, please don't look at me like that with those flushed cheeks and doting eyes. Oh, I'm sorry. It's just, you really do look so dashing. Girls, let's save this for after you get Ray off of murder for murder. Yes, you mentioned that once or twice. Tess, hello! How are you? Yeah, I'm back. You should be pleased. It means you look convincing as a man. I think it's more than that, Professor Mikotoba. I am pleased. I think it's certainly helped to bolster my confidence today. You're stressed, but you want to plant today. Ooh, well, that's good. You want to plant. That's always nice. I hope the plant helps you make a chill environment. Ray, you're managing to put on a brave face in all this, but I can see through it. I've noticed how your shoulders are slumped and how you're trembling ever so slightly. Susato, you do believe me, don't you? I didn't do it. I couldn't have. I mean, murder? Of course. You have nothing to worry about. Your conscience is perfectly clean. Isn't that right? Yes. Yes, it is. Perfectly clean. I have absolutely no doubt in my mind about your innocence, which is why I'll stand by you until the bitter end in this trial. Whatever happens, I'll always be on your side. Because that's what it means to be a defense lawyer. That you learned from Ryunosuke and Kazuma. That means so much to me, Susato. Oh my god, I get it. She's named like that because the forget-me-nots on her clothes. Oh my god. You're probably right. I didn't even realize they're forget-me-nots. Oh my god. Good call, Ned. That means so much to me, Susato. Defendant, counsel. Court is about to begin. Proceed to the courtroom at once. Yes, let's see Susato. You should go in at once, Ray. If you're late, the judge won't hesitate to pronounce you guilty. Well, that's not very fair. Oh. Stand aside! I don't think I've ever seen her run so fast. Well, Susato, you've certainly surprised your father, going to such lengths to be admitted to the courtroom, and with no prior experience of being a lawyer. There was simply no other way. That's all there is to it. But father, you haven't told her, have you? I mean, I'm right in assuming that Ray doesn't know how it came to this? Yes, quite right. I've kept that information from her. It would only worry her if she found out that no other lawyer would agree to take her case. Well, that sounds familiar. Japan too? Dang it. Why? Is freaking, the Reaper in there in Japan? He teleported to Japan. He's like, I'm gonna scare everybody in Japan too. I didn't want to burden her with that. And is it true? The reason why every lawyer is refusing to take the case? Van Zeeks is here? Is it really because of who the victim was? Oh, okay. I figured it was like that. We should be making a move now, too. As you know, law isn't my field, but I'll do what I can to support my student. Thank you, Father. Yeah, Josiah Brett was totally a part of whatever this wide-ranging conspiracy is, so I'm glad we're finding out more about her. I'm Susato Mikotoba, a judicial assistant. 8 months ago, I accompanied a student of law on a study trip to Great Britain. But 2 months ago, due to unforeseen circumstances, I found myself back in Japan. How many times have I wished that he were here, I wonder. Oh. Still, I have no choice now but to steel myself for the trial ahead. Wish me luck, Naruhodo-san. August, 9:00 a.m. Supreme Court of Judicature, Courtroom 1. This guy again. I forgot what my voice for him was. This court is now in session to hear the trial of Ray Membami. The prosecution is fully ready to proceed, Your Excellency. Yes! Susato, let's go! Defense counsel, are you ready? Yes, Your Excellency, we are ready. Oh no, she's got the Ryunosuke eyes. Let's go. Ready. Yes, counsel. According to your registration details, your name is, Ryutaro Naruhodo. So we have Ryuichi, Ryunosuke, and now Ryutaro. Amazing. Yes, I am the little brother of Ryunosuke. Is that correct? Ryutaro. Sorry? Oh, yes, I had to come up with a suitable male name for you for this little venture. So I'm afraid to say I simply put down the first name that sprung to mind. Well, counsel? Yes, that's right. That's me. Yes, I am Ryutaro, he who has vowed to uphold the pride of the great Naruhodo clan. Lilac lining? Oh, I gotta take a better look. Ah. Oh, they do. Yeah, that's cute. It's got the little subtle Susato colors. True. It seems Ryutaro may need to consider how better to uphold his manly act first and not overdo it. And those wild, wide eyes aren't doing you any favors either. Just relax and listen. This judge knows something is up. I know, right? Naruhodo? A fresh face in this courtroom, if I'm not mistaken. But the name Naruhodo, would that perchance be? You may be thinking of Ryunosuke Naruhodo, currently in Britain as part of a study program. This is, his cousin. I guess they're cousins. That's right. Ryutaro here has been studying in the provinces, but was called to the capital for this trial. I assure you, in matters of the law, his knowledge rivals that of any of Tokyo's preeminent lawyers. Also, his armband is underneath his cloak, so don't worry that you can't see it. It's there, trust us. Any of them. This is like when Edgy had to defend the other judge, and he was like, oh well, yeah, kinda. Tut-tut-tut, what a pitiful situation. Having been rejected by every lawyer in the capital, the accused has had to call in a country boy. How dare you? Susato is every bit as gallant and dashing as any of the Tokyo attorneys. Shh, 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 shh. I won't have you making fun of her. Shh, 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 shh. Her? Oh, please be careful, Ray. What an unrefined tomboy we have here. But I wonder, is your gallant and dashing lawyer up to the challenge of defending you? His wide, skittish eyes very much suggest that he is not. I'm so nervous. Now that I'm standing in his shoes, I'm starting to understand what Naruhodo-san goes through. And you were so merciless in, like, kicking his ass every chance you got. Now you know how it feels. Like it or not, eyes are wont to flit. The case to be heard on this day is a matter of great significance to our national interests. In fact, it would be reasonable to assume that the outcome of this trial may very well affect the future of our empire. Just like the trial 9 months ago. And yet for proceedings of such importance, we have this, unknown yokel by the dock. Dear me. Perhaps this would be an appropriate moment for me to assess the defense, to determine whether you are sufficiently competent to practice in this courtroom. 9 months ago, when a certain other Naruhodo stood where you're standing now, this same judge tested him as well. Poor guy. And even though he was just a student at the time, not even of law, he passed the test with flying colors. Yeah, compared to him, you're much more qualified, Susato. For a trained and experienced judicial assistant like you, this will be easy. So, counsel, do you consent to answering some simple questions? All right, it's time to prove myself. Oh, so you took the cloak off and you have the armband. Okay. Just like him. This is so cute. Yes, Your Excellency, but please do make them simple. She didn't even change her hair. She just put on the hat. Very well. To start with, You will state the name of the victim. Whew, that is simple. I couldn't forget that if I tried. Ah. Oh no, she forgot it in the moment. What's the matter? Now that I'm standing in his shoes, I'm starting to understand something else Naruto-san goes through. Like it or not, minds are want to blink. It's not surprising, really. It's your first time in this position, and in that guise. Even a bright spark like you is bound to flicker and falter under the circumstances. Oh dear, this is a dismal failure. Don't fret. You need only use the knowledge you've gained as a judicial assistant to overcome the problem. Of course, the court record. Yes, the answer will be amongst all the key information about the case in the court record. Oh wait, that's what she said. Oh, sorry. That's right, just use R to open the court record, you know, because we're playing a video game. Then you need to flip to the people section with R again. Whatever that means. And don't take too long. Over it, His Excellency is watching you closely. All right, check the court record with R. That's where the information I need will be. "43. He also happens to be my father. Ray Membami, 16. My best friend who works as an assistant to my father in his laboratory at Imperial Humane University. Giselle Brett. Giselle? It's Giselle, isn't it? Giselle Brett. The victim of the case, who was a former British exchange student. 9 months ago, she was found guilty of murder visiting Professor Dr. John Wilson and Taketsuchi Aochi. All right. I already knew this, but I'm waiting counsel. What is the name of the victim in this case? It's if I said ouchie, that would be so funny. But aw. She's just like him. The name of the victim who lost her life in this case is Miss Giselle Brett. Giselle Brett. A name that will never be forgotten in the courtrooms of our country, I'm sure. I don't know, I never heard about her until these Ace Attorney games. Correct. Oh wait, that's right. The other Ace Attorney games aren't in Japan. What am I saying? Haha. And being a member of our empire's judiciary, you will be well aware of the significance of that name. So, let me pose another simple question. As you know, Miss Brett was a visiting student from the Empire of Great Britain. Why, then, is her name indelibly associated with our own empire's judicial history? Obviously, you won't have forgotten that case from 9 months ago. But if it's proving hard to recall the finer points, everything you need is included in the court record. Obviously, I still remember. That was the start of everything. Giselle Brett. Behind the woman student persona was the face of a killer. Queen Victoria herself. A killer. "9 months ago, a visiting professor of medicine at the Imperial Humane University was killed, and the culprit was Giselle Brett. Yes, she was a killer. At the time, our country had just signed a new treaty with the Empire of Great Britain, and it was in the midst of this delicate diplomatic situation that the incident occurred. An Englishman, Dr. John H. Wilson, was shot dead. And Iris still doesn't know her father is dead, which is fucked up. But I believe he was an associate of yours, Professor Mikotoba. Yes, I was indebted to the man. He'd been my mentor when I went to London to study forensic medicine. Indeed, it was I who invited him here to Japan as a visiting professor at the university. Naturally, the murder of an Englishman on our soil was a matter the government wished to resolve rapidly. Indeed it was, which is why a secret trial was conducted here at the Supreme Court. A student of the Imperial Yume University was arrested on suspicion of murder. A second-year English language student by the name of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Oh, I didn't realize he was majoring in English. I guess that makes sense, considering everything. Maybe they did mention that and I just forgot. With the help of his best friend, a student lawyer, the accused conducted his own defense. Oh, Kazuma, I miss you. And exposed the despicable crime committed by Miss Giselle Brett. Miss Brett eventually admitted to her crime. However, when questioned about the motive that drove her to take Dr. Wilson's life, she gave no satisfactory answer before the trial reached its conclusion. Immediately after the trial, the British government brought its consular jurisdiction into play. We were unable to sentence Miss Brett according to our empire's laws. It was decided that she would be removed to Shanghai, China, instead. Why Shanghai? There's a British consular court there. Correct. I oversaw the negotiations personally. The date of her transfer to Shanghai was finally settled upon only last week. So she was in Japan all this time, just sitting around. All that remained of our empire's obligations was to see the woman safely on board a steamship. And yet, the very day before her departure, the Englishwoman was killed. Only the day before? That will do. I'm satisfied that the counsel for the defense is sufficiently capable of representing the defendant. Oh. Thank you, Your Excellency. Over the first hurdle. Now, a summary of the incident, if you please. Prosecutor Auchi. As is your wish, Your Excellency. The repugnant crime took place on the 11th August in broad daylight. Aww. On the outskirts of the imperial capital under a bright blue sky at a secluded bathing spot by the sea. Oh no, this isn't right next to Kazuma's grave, is it? The incident occurred inside a small beach hut erected for bathers to rest or change their clothes. The cause of death was a single stab wound to the posterior abdomen that pierced the victim's lung, an injury which proved fatal. There were two persons alone together in the beach hut at the time of the victim's death. Miss Brett in her bathing attire, and the accused, Ray Membami. Accordingly, there can be no doubt as to the accused's guilt, especially when we considered she had a powerful motive. She did. The police arrived rapidly at the scene and promptly arrested the young lady. Well, that extraordinary description of events leaves me somewhat lost for words, I must say. That's certainly true. The prosecution's summary was full of words that raise an awful lot of questions. Yeah, no shit. As a lawyer, I really ought to pick up the prosecution counsel on what he said about a powerful motive. You're clearly exaggerating. Powerful motive is a blatant overstatement. Tut, tut, tut. Is the yokel boy using long words he doesn't fully understand? I beg your pardon. Also, I just noticed, I don't know why it took me this long, like a whole game in to notice, but the badge symbol on the armbands, like, of course I knew the one on like Ryunosuke and Kazuma and Ryutaro's armband looks like a lot like the defense attorney badge in the other Ace Attorney games, but the badge on Ouchie's armband is the prosecutor badge. I beg your pardon. See? Although I think the prosecutor badge only started becoming a thing in like the Ace Attorney Investigations games. But yeah, that's like the Ace Attorney Investigations prosecutor badge. No matter. Let us put this to the accused, shall we? Mamami-san, you are a research assistant at the Imperial Yume University, I believe? Yes, I am. I'm working with Professor Mikotaba in his laboratory at the moment. I can confirm that. The defendant is an excellent assistant with a strong sense of responsibility. Fascinating to hear. Now, another question. Prior to your work with Professor Mikotaba, whose research were you assisting then? I was studying under Dr. John H. Wilson. Dr. Wilson? The visiting English professor who was murdered by Miss Brett 9 months ago. Accused had a deep-seated respect for her former mentor, Dr. Wilson. Is that not true? Yes, Dr. Wilson was a wonderful man. Interesting. Then tell the court what deep-seated feelings you had toward the Englishwoman who killed him. Well, obviously I was filled with hatred for what she'd done. A powerful hatred. Ray, you're not helping yourself. Oh no, Ray, be careful of what you're saying. The motive was revenge. Plain and simple, Your Excellency. Well, it was clearly a trap all along. How wicked of him to use Ray's undying respect for her former mentor against her like that. I must find out more details and something we can use to bolster our defense. As a lawyer, I really ought to pick up the prosecution counsel and what he said about why they were alone together. No, I'm just kidding. Just kidding. Membami-san, why was no one else there? Because, you know, she should have been watched. Because I get, maybe it's because she was bathing, huh? She should have been watched at all times being a murderer and being extradited and everything, but, Yes, what is this? Naruhodo-san? I'm really starting to wish we'd made my alias Ryutaro Susato. Please tell the court why exactly you were present at the bathing spot with the victim in the first place, and why you were alone with her. Oh, well, no, that's not true. It wasn't like that at all. There were other people present. A detective who was guarding Miss Brett, for starters. I was just asked to accompany Miss Brett as a companion, that's all. Isn't that a little suspicious? Maybe it was set up so you could be the blame pinned on you. But let us be clear. At the moment of her death, you were alone together with the victim in the hut. You and no one else. The truth is, there's only one reason why this young woman accompanied Miss Brett on her bathing sojourn. It was the accused's last chance to take the victim's life. No. Because, as we know, the following day would see Miss Brett extradited to the British authorities in Shanghai. And the accused would never have an opportunity to dispatch her again. Kindly refrain from conjecture, counsel. The prosecution counsel seems to enjoy using provocative tricks like that. Yeah, no kidding. But for now, at least, we need to assemble more facts. Try not to let him goad you. Oh dear. This is really terrifying, but Father's right. We need more information. As a lawyer, I really ought to pick up the prosecution counsel on what he said about the bathing spot. If I may, Prosecutor Ouchi, What do you want, you fresh-faced young yokel student? I wonder, could you explain, please? You mentioned a bathing spot. Ha! My apologies. Clearly my modernity has confused the poor country bumpkin's simple mind. It's a lot coming from you. Bathing spots are the very latest trend in health practices from the West. We are told that bathing in the water of the ocean is curative, therapeutic, and excellent for the skins. No, that's not what I meant. I was referring to the fact that Miss Brett had, to all intents and purposes, been found guilty of murder. Yeah, this is a big question mark in my mind, too. Why would a known criminal have been relaxing by the sea? For old time's sake, I believe. Sorry. Miss Brett was to depart for Shanghai the following day. Her final wish, as it were, was to enjoy a day at our country's wonderful coast. And the British embassy put extreme pressure on our government to comply. Because the Brits assassinated her, right? But on what grounds would we agree to such a request? Because, as usual, our government is unable to stand up to foreign powers. In matters of diplomacy, it seems we don't even have the courage to decline the whims of a known criminal. Damn. Don't look at me, Professor. It was the government who granted permission, not I. In any case, it was decided that with a dedicated detective on duty, nothing could go wrong. But in fact, a murder took place. I said don't look at me. It was that young student girl who did it, not I. No one has proved that yet. I wouldn't provoke the man if you don't need to. I believe we all have a clear picture of the incident now. Despite her guilt being determined 9 months ago, Miss Brett managed to avoid incarceration, instead continuing her research work at the university. Obviously, over that period, she and Ray would have encountered each other on a number of occasions, seeing the murderer of the mentor for whom she had such great respect enjoying such undeserved liberty. Yes, even if it was only temporary until Miss Brett's extradition to Shanghai. You can hardly blame Ray for her feelings of anger and resentment. Poor Ray. So, Your Excellency, if you'd be so kind as to peruse this exhibit, a photographic print that shows the scene of the crime immediately following the grim incident. Finally, black and white photos again. Yes, thank you, Counsel. A tragic image. What's with that bottle? As you can clearly see, there is nowhere within the hut that anyone else could have hidden. Is she really gonna go out into the ocean with that hat? I swear. I guess she could kind of go underwater a little bit and it looks like just the swan is floating on top. As you can see, there's nowhere else in the hut where anyone could have hidden. The court will accept this photographic print as evidence. As I understand it then, the victim and the defendant were alone inside the beach hut at the time. This is deeply troubling, I must say. The finger of guilt points firmly at the defendant. Well, Your Excellency, naturally the prosecution has much more to its case. We intend to prove the accused's appalling actions beyond all possible contention. To that end, I can confirm that we have multiple witnesses to the crime and damning evidence. Witnesses? But who? One of whom, I might add, is a highly respected police detective. It's not who I think it is it? I assure you, the testimony of these witnesses will leave no room for doubt. Very well then, Counsel. Bring forth your witnesses. I, Taketsuchi Aochi, have been waiting for this moment. Sorry? Oh yes, I haven't forgotten that trial 9 months ago, here in this very courthouse. when that irreverent little student boy utterly humiliated me. Ah! Ryunosuke Naruhodo! Oh, yes? This insult to the Ouchi family name will never be forgotten. You've become conceited with age, Council, but the old have to stand aside and make way for the new. Oh, Kazuma. It's the way of the world. May you never forget that. Psh. And he grew that little forelock. Strike the head of the samurai whose top knot has been cut, and the bell of cultural enlightenment tolls. Yes, on that fateful day, my former self died. So dramatic. The start of your own mini Meiji revolution. Are you modernizing as well, Council? Silence! Since I swore revenge back then, there has been a minor miracle atop my head. Observe the ouchy growth. So you've been trying to regrow your bald head. You weren't actually shaving it, huh? Oh my god. You see the seed of hope sprouting forth from the barren expanse of my crown. I think that tiny growth is trying to tell me something. I'm afraid I can't really see. Where is the hope exactly? I said silence. Today, I face another yokel student of the Naruhodo clan. Well, I will vanquish you. And my victory will be the fertilizer for the seed of hope atop my head. You have been warned. With that, the prosecution calls the witnesses to the stand. It looks like the stakes are high on both sides this trial. Yeah, high for his hair. The prosecution and defense each has much to lose. Wow, you have an excellent full head of hair at your age, Professor Mikoto, but I guess you'll have to give him some advice. A haircut is hardly comparable to Rei's life. I knew it! I knew it was Hosonaga. What? Excuse me? Soseki? Oh, well, Soseki would be back in Japan by now. Oh my god. Hey, I hope neither of these people recognize Susato. Witnesses, please state your names and occupations for the court. Ah, look at him! He's got a little turtle on his head! Oh god, I think his hair is graying even more at the grand old age of, what is he, 27? Oh, not yet. Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga, Imperial Police Bureau. I'm in disguise, obviously, so I can go undetected. Oh my god, I knew he was the one looking after her. Oh, he failed again. Oh no. And I am, well, the next big thing in books. An author renowned throughout the capital. In fact, yes, you wrote a book already. That was fast. Soon to be sold out, the satirical I Am a Cat, sensational success by Soseki Natsume. He's got a publicist now behind him. I love this. I Am a Cat. We're seeing I Am a Cat releasing before our eyes. Oh my goodness. Struggling student from the provinces, please. You needn't be in awe of me. I needn't. It's only natural that you'd feel nervous in my presence, but all of you, please, relax. Call me Soseki, even. Yes. What on earth is Soseki-san doing here? Tread carefully, Susato. That author fellow knows you from your time in London, doesn't he? If he exposes you for who you really are, this will be over before it's begun. Yes, of course, I know. Also, Hosonaga knows her too. I presume Soseki-san won't have forgotten about me. I could certainly never forget him. Although he does seem to have changed somewhat in the 6 months or so that's been since I last saw him. No, I agree, he has changed a bit. And as for Inspector Hosonaga, that amazing outfit is hard to believe. Do I have something on my face? Do you still have tuberculosis, sir? Maybe the ocean is doing wonders for his health. Well, your glasses for one, although they don't seem to be helping you see. Thank goodness he hasn't recognized me either. Ah, I suppose it's this disguise, isn't it? I thought that appearing here in the clothes I was wearing at the time would make for a more faithful testimony. Yeah, it has been not immediately after, huh? They just gotta dress him up in all kinds of clothes because he's adorable. It is my guiding principle to carry out all testimonies flawlessly. Well, I can appreciate why an Imperial Police Bureau detective might have been present. But what business did a writer such as yourself have being at the scene, Soseki-san? Ah, well, you see, I had been asked that day to give a lecture on the morning of the incident in the Imperial Yume University's Grand Lecture Hall, no less. Ah, at Yume University? After the lecture, I had a very pleasant conversation with a researcher from the medical science department. The professor over there, in fact, with Professor Mikotaba. Yes, that's right. It was arranged by one of the newspapers. They wanted some story or other about 2 former students who'd studied in Great Britain. Of course, being a renowned author, the press never leave me alone. They secretly spy, snapshots, scribble stories that scupper my privacy. As you can see, the conversation was written up in this newspaper here. Read it at your leisure, my provincial struggling student friend. I have plenty of copies. Thank you very much. He practically threw that paper at me. The Soseki Natsume article has been entered into the court record. The debate became quite spirited. Anyway, following my interview with the professor, the lady in question appeared and made a very unexpected announcement. I should like to go with everyone to see your country's coast. Those were her words. So she took everyone with her, as I explained. But wait, were you there, Mikotaba? Oops, I didn't mean to push that. As I explained before, Miss Brett was never taken into custody. She continued to work in my laboratory, under strict surveillance, of course. Couldn't she just say, get out of here? I don't want you here anymore? At which utterance, the university immediately contacted the government to seek guidance. And the response was, permit Miss Brett to go as long as a detective accompanies her. That detective, I am at liberty to divulge, was me, Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga. Thereby, the entire party departed cordially for the seaside, it seems. It was extremely challenging to clear all other members of the public from the vicinity of the beach. Nope, he's still got tuberculosis, but fortunately I am at peak physical fitness at the moment, so I was able to carry out my duty flawlessly. Oh my, Inspector, you do have something on your face now. He's got a towel now. Oh, God. Ah, how unsightly. I do apologize. Does that mean you went to the beach too, Father? No. Fortunately, I had work to finish off. But unfortunately, of course, it meant that as my assistant, Ray, was invited to take my place. Of course, being a renowned author, I didn't like to decline the invitation. But if only I had, I'd never have seen that awful sight! Relentlessly racked by remorse and regret. This is so cute. Wait, he's got ink smear. Wait, what if that press guy is the... Ah! Oh! Thank you, Owlin! Ah, good to see you again! Jen! Thank you so much for resubscribing. Aww. How are you? Very well. I must now ask you to present your formal testimony to the court. You will give an account of all that you witnessed on your impromptu excursion to the coast. Doing well, thanks. Oh, I hope you've been well. Yeah. I was like real tired the last few days from traveling and stuff, but I feel a lot better today, so I'm glad. Ooh. Stretch. Oh, I needed that. Yeah, thank you. Stretch. All right, taking a sip. Ah, all right. Of course, Your Excellency. Relentlessly racked by remorse and regret, I am. The witnessed scene. On the day of the incident, I was ordered on a special surveillance assignment in this disguise. I just managed to catch that crab when suddenly I heard a caterwaul from behind me. I ran into the beach hut at once, where I found the pair in question. Yes, that young girl was astride the Englishwoman, dagger in hand, as she stabbed wildly. I think that contradicts the court record, Soseki-san. I saw blood on the blade. It proved to me that she'd stabbed the victim multiple times. Wait, or maybe it didn't. Is that true? Indeed, it does appear from this testimony that both witnesses here present saw it. Hold on. Single. Deep stab wound from behind. Extreme meiosis, pupil constriction was observed in the victim in both eyes. Was she actually poisoned? Well, how come they both witnessed something that didn't happen? Maybe she got poisoned this time, like she poisoned John Wilson. At the very moment of this heinous crime. What? Now, if you will recall, I promised evidence as well. What phrase did I use again? Ah, yes, that was it. Damning evidence. What have you there, counsel? A so-called fountain pen, is it? Correct, Your Excellency. I found it at the scene whilst examining the body. It appears that in her dying moments, with her final ounce of strength, the victim clutched a piece of evidence that would positively identify her killer. What? Your Excellency, if you would cast your eyes over the photographic print of the crime scene once more. Ah, goodness me. Oh, yep. Yes, the victim is clearly grasping something quite deliberately there in her hand. That's right, the fountain pen. And if you would kindly examine the pen, Your Excellency. Ah! The owner's initials have been engraved into the ebonite barrel. R.M. Ray Membami. The initials of the defendant. Ah, no! Is that really her pen, though? I like how she has all the exact same animations as Ryunosuke. It's hilarious. This fountain pen will be admitted immediately as critical evidence. So, have I omitted anything? Decisive testimony and damning evidence. I see a contradiction already. In fact, they both have a contradiction, which is weird. There's a bright blue sky outside the courthouse today. Perfect weather to ascribe guilt, I feel. I don't understand. The prosecutor Ouchie of 9 months ago had none of this man's poise. This is true. Counsel for the defense, you may begin your cross-examination now. Naruhodo-san. Naruhodo. That means... It means I see. Oh, yes, me. Is there another Naruhodo in my courtroom? Actually, there isn't even a single Naruhodo in your courtroom. Cousin Ryutaro, pull yourself together, please. All right, I've seen this countless times as a judicial assistant. Find inconsistencies in the witnesses' testimonies to prove that they're lying somehow. That's all there is to it. That's how a real lawyer would handle a cross-examination. So let's see what I can do. Cross-examination. Let's go. You guys both. I don't even know which one to. Oh, yeah, I have to say this. Oh, wait, do I? I just managed to catch that crab when suddenly I heard a caterwaul from behind me. I ran into the beach hut once where I found the pair in question. Yes, that young girl was astride the English victim, factor in hand as she stabbed wildly. I saw blood on the blade. It proved to me that she'd stabbed the victim multiple times. Excuse me. Aw, Susato objection. Yes, let's go. With that accusatory cry that just welled up from deep inside me, I think I finally understand. Every time Kazuma-sama and Naruhodo-san have stood here at this bench, the stakes have been very, very high indeed. What's the meaning of that menacing pose, counsel? This is what ace attorneys do. I'd like the witnesses to clarify something for me. Who? What? Where? When? How? Not you, Soseki-san. The query is directed at Inspector Hosonaga. At me? In your statement just now, you said that the victim was stabbed multiple times. Yes, that's right. As I said when I entered the hut, the defendant was already standing over the victim, bloody knife in hand, like a murderous demon. And yet, that cannot be. What? Get to the point, please, counsel. In the post-mortem report, it clearly states that the victim was stabbed 1 time only. Ah. In other words, Inspector Hosanaga's testimony is clearly flawed. Ah, and Soseki-san, me? You claim to have seen Membami-san in the throes of stabbing the victim. Yes, I did. Wildly! But both you and the inspector confirmed the same point, that there was already blood on the knife that you saw the defendant holding. Yes, and? It's quite simple. We know the murder weapon was used to stab the victim only once. Therefore, there is no way there could have been blood on the knife if that single stabbing hadn't already occurred. True! And what exactly is your contention, counsel? Are you ever going to tell us? Yes, Your Excellency. There's only one logical conclusion. What Soseki-san in fact saw was not the moment that the victim stabbed the defendant stabbed the victim at all, but the moment that the defendant, in fact, withdrew the blade from the victim's body. That can't be! Excellent work, Susato. You exploded at them with that objection and then proceeded to pull them apart systematically. Well, this takes me back. Yes, I seem to remember your cousin staged a scene much like this at that trial 9 months ago. A half-witted child with a half-baked objection attempting to steal the show. You're right, there were certain similarities. Except that so-called half-witted child managed to outwit the prosecution, who has only half a head of hair. Oh, get him! Slander! My head is quite adequately dressed. In any case, all this talk of stabbing with withdrawing and multiple wounds, it makes not a jot of difference. What? Why not? Engage your brain, young man. When the accused first plunged the deadly weapon into the victim, that was the fatal blow. And it was that moment, just as she had withdrawn the blade ready for her next strike, that the witnesses saw. The knife was already tainted with blood because the accused had already stabbed the victim. Ah. All you have successfully shown with your little display is that the mustached author is prone to moments of extravagance. Ah! I am in agreement with the prosecution. If the defendant was seen wielding the blade at all, that is sufficient grounds for her actions to be viewed with suspicion. But if she was withdrawing the blade, then we are back to where we started. Sorry. Consider this, young yokel boy. If the student girl is as innocent as you claim, then why would she have pulled the blade from the victim? And with the demon's cold-blooded composure, too. The prosecution demands an explanation, and it better be good. Why did Ray pull out the knife? Ah, yes, going for the jugular. What does father mean by that? Let the court hear your answer then, counsel. Let me check the court record. She couldn't breathe, maybe? I don't know. Okay. Wagahai? Wagahai is Schrodinger's cat. He's everywhere. Or maybe he bought another cat when he came back to Japan, Wagahai the second. Jitensha. So cute. I don't know if we know enough for this yet. Unless, let's see what they give us. Let the court hear your answer then, counsel. The truth is, I don't really know. But I had to come up with a plausible reason here. We don't have a case. The reason why the defendant pulled the knife blade out of the victim's body was surely so she could save her life. Yeah, okay. They're actually going with what I was thinking of. Wow. According to the postmortem report, the victim's death was not instant. That's correct. It's thought she would have remained conscious for a short while after sustaining the injury. Indeed, giving her the time to take hold of this piece of evidence that clearly indicates her killer. The point is, being a medical research assistant, Memomi-san was compelled to act when faced with the wounded victim. You know, Hippocratic Oath and all that, even though she's not a doctor, but still. Instinctively, she pulled the blade out in an attempt to save Miss Brett's life. Did you hear that, Your Excellency? It would seem this is the best we can expect of this young yokel. Indeed. Is it just me, or does it suddenly feel much colder in here? Your Excellency, if I may, speak, witness. I would like another opportunity to testify. in respect to the slipshod assertion just put forward by the Yokel Defense Council. I mean, Hosonaga, not you too! Slipshod? An excellent idea, Inspector. Our young yokel hopeful has a modicum of knowledge when it comes to the law, it seems. But in matters of medicine, he appears to possess not one iota of common sense. What, that you bleed out when you pull out the knife? But it was in her lung. Very well, Inspector. I will permit your request. You will testify again before the court on the subject of the Defense Counsel's assertion. Yes, sir. I will do so flawlessly. Did his hair become grayer since last time? I could be wrong. It just looks grayer. Oh, everybody aged up almost a year. I think he was 29 before. He had his birthday. Happy birthday, Hosonaga. Was he 29 before? Whatever. Forensic medicine primer. Pulling a blade from a wound without thinking could cause heavy bleeding. That's basic knowledge that any medical research assistant with an ounce of sense ought to know. Happy birthday, Hosonaga! In other words, there's no good reason why the defendant would have tried to pull the knife from the victim. Let's not forget the young student did have a motive for killing the victim. The man the victim murdered 9 months ago, Dr. Wilson, was the defendant's highly respected mentor. Is what you just said true, Inspector? Could pulling a knife from a wound really cause the wound to bleed heavily? Oh no! You really didn't know? Susato, oh no. I can't take Susato taking an L. This is not good. Yes, think of the weapon itself as a stopper in the wound that prevents excessive blood loss. But if it's in her lung, then she can't freaking breathe. Until a doctor is ready to provide proper treatment, that stopper shouldn't be removed. Oh, I see. Ha! This is why yokels should stay on the farm. Even a quack from some obscure mountain village would have such basic knowledge. Anyone who's ever given someone a little poke with a knife and pulled it out again knows it. Oh, well, I've never stabbed anyone, you see, or pulled a blade out of a wound, so... Of course you haven't. I didn't bring you up to behave like a bandit. Aww. Father, is it true, what they're telling me? Yes, it's basic remedial knowledge for medics. Ray would have been well aware of it. If she were to claim ignorance of such fundamentals, that would prove fatal in many ways. But then, why would Ray have done it? Could she have pulled out that knife in full knowledge that it would be fatal for Miss Brett? I don't know. Ray never once mentioned anything about the knife to me. It seems almost impossible to believe, but could my friend actually have... Susato. Yes? Pull yourself together. We mustn't lose sight of why we're here. Ah! Counsel, it's time for your cross-examination. Oh, yes, Your Excellency. However, I must warn you that if your cross-examination fails to identify any issue with the established facts, I will be moving to my adjudication immediately afterwards. I understand. Believing in your clients and fighting for their cause until the bitter end. I knew it would be hard, but I had no idea it would be this hard. Yeah, Susato is pretty apt to doubt people, considering the last game and stuff. Forensic medicine primer. Pulling a blade from the wound without thinking could cause heavy bleeding. Yeah, that's basic knowledge for any medical... Wait. I'll press everything. You say doing it without thinking could be a problem. Does that mean that if you use due care and attention, it would be all right? I wouldn't have thought this needed spelling out, really, but the blade is like a stopper in the wound. Remove it, and a serious hemorrhage will occur. In other words, a medic would need to be present before any attempt was made to withdraw the blade. Doing it without thinking would be madness. You just can't do it. Oh, well, thank you for such a thorough explanation. You see, Counsel, when you act without thinking, the result is a bloodbath. Back to the witness testimony, please. What? Oh no, really? You can't hear anything? Okay, thank you for warning. Wait. Really? You can't hear anything? No music right now? Why? Oh! I think I know why. I know why. I knew there had to be one fuck up from me moving to a new computer. Okay, so what happened was on my last computer with OBS, for some reason, the capture card audio was always being included with like the browser audio. And so it was like all combined together, which would make the capture card audio double. And so I had it so that only the, here we go. Only the capture card audio would be audible while streaming. And how's that? Can you guys hear it? So I went into the mixer and yeah, changed it so that you guys couldn't hear the capture card audio, so it wouldn't be doubling. But now I don't have that problem anymore. Yeah, that's what it was. All right, I figured it out. So now I can actually properly mute capture card audio, which means I can properly mute the browser sounds without muting the capture card audio. So I don't have to be in this blind panic anymore with my audio settings when I'm rating somebody. It's all good. All right, we're all fixed then. Thank you. Yeah, since this is a new computer and I had to like transfer everything over and stuff, if there's any problems at all, please let me know. Thank you so much for letting me know, Ned. Although, too bad that this whole first hour was like no audio. Bummer. Well, now you guys will hear Susato's beautiful objections.
Hold it!
In that case, there's an obvious explanation here. Which is... clearly, the defendant, Rei Membomi-san, does not possess an ounce of sense. Girl! Are you kidding me? What do you think about that, Professor Mikotoba? Oh no, Hosonaga, don't pull the passive aggressiveness on me. I'm not sure that you should be labeling your best friend as lacking in common sense. Well, I thought it would be better than labeling her as a murderer. I don't know, young people these days. If that's friendship, I don't understand it. Careful, Counsel. A lack of common sense can be a very dangerous thing. Oh dear, that recoiled on me rather badly. That's life, I'm afraid. A lesson everyone must learn. Hopefully you can see now that this is really basic medical knowledge. Being involved in medical research, Membomi-san would certainly have been aware of it. In other words, there's no good reason why the defendant would have tried to pull the knife from the victim. Are you sure? But the defendant had suddenly encountered somebody she knew lying on the ground, bleeding to death. The sight could have shocked her delicate sensibilities, causing her to remove the blade inadvertently. I really don't think inadvertent actions can explain this. The woman is a medical research assistant. I can't imagine she would behave so irrationally. You're right. Oh, but irrational behavior is a woman's prerogative, isn't it? She's like, oh, I'm a man. I have to pretend to be a misogynist. Oh my god. Oh dear, you have a lot to learn about women, says Hosonaga. Only a small-minded man could have such bigoted views. Hosonaga, woman respecter. Oh dear, perhaps I'm letting my male persona take a hold a little too much. Well, have I managed to convey the basics now? That should cover the medical side of the argument. Let's not forget that the young student did have a motive for killing the victim. Oh, that's true. The man the victim murdered 9 months ago, Dr. Wilson, was the defendant's highly respected mentor.
Hold it!
Well, yes, that's true. Dr. Wilson recognized Memomi-san's talent and offered her the position of assistant despite her being a woman. She was extremely grateful to him. Yes, the Englishman appears to have been a very broad-minded individual. Dr. Wilson had no time for outdated traditions. He met with opposition, of course, but he believed firmly in Memomi-san's abilities. Clearly, the defendant was in the man's debt, which only serves to prove my point. This is hopeless. I can't find a single crack in this testimony anywhere. If Ray knew what withdrawing the knife from the moon would threaten Miss Brett's life further, I just can't think of any way to explain why she did it. I'm gonna try to present the thing for the lung and see if that gets me anywhere. Susato, it's at times like these when it's especially important to remember the fundamentals. The fundamentals? Evidence is what counts in the courtroom, isn't it? Of course, but I've been through the court record dozens of times already. I think perhaps you're forgetting something, though. You needn't take the evidence at face value. You can and must examine it in greater detail, too. Ah, I realize this is your first time playing the role of lawyer in the courtroom. Yeah, that and that are the only things I can examine. Let me give this another look-see. Yeah, it's gotta be the lung thing. So if you need reminding of the rudiments, you need only ask. I'll do my very best to help. Examine the evidence in the court record? It's an idea, certainly. What should I do? I know what to do! Come to think of it, Kazuma-sama and Naruhodo-san were always turning evidence over and over in their hands. Yes, I need to examine things with greater detail with A. Ah, by the look in your eyes, I see it's coming back to you. Go through the court record again and have a thorough look at everything. You may just find a clue. Oh, I can examine this! Hello? I couldn't do that before. There's some sort of emblem here, look. Wait, I knew it! The killer is that press guy who's behind Soseki. I knew it, I knew he was suspicious. Also, look at her little art here. Isn't she cute? There's some sort of emblem here, look. But it isn't a Yume University one. It must belong to some other organization, I suppose. A business of some kind. But that would seem to imply the pen doesn't in fact belong to Rei. Yeah, it's the guy taking pictures of Soseki. He's the killer. The RM initials are very clearly engraved here. And the fact that Miss Brett was clinging to this pen in her dying moments is very clearly a message, too. Oh, that was Professor Mikoltaba, whoops. To identify her killer, you mean? I don't think there can be any doubt that this is a key piece of evidence in this case. If we take off the pen's lid... Yeah, it's sure a fountain pen. Now let's unscrew the barrel, shall we? Is there a knife? Hello? A vial? It's like a vial? This must be the little reservoir that holds the ink. Yes, you fill it by drawing ink from a bottle up through the nib. Is something wrong, Father? Just that there doesn't actually appear to be any ink in there, that's all. Oh yes, you're right. It's pretty much empty. Well, it could be on the verge of running out, I suppose. Can I look at the liquid? Not, there's really nothing. Yes, I'll do it straight away. All right, I'll try presenting this and see if something happens.
Objection!
Nope. God damn it. Your Excellency, I must object to the witness's last statement. And the evidence you've thrust in my direction is supposed to prove your point? I apologize. I did present it rather more forcefully than I'd intended to. You will kindly refrain from these overly exuberant outbursts, Counsel, be they verbal or material. He really put me in my place there. Oh! Wait.
Hold it!
This is the only one I didn't press, so let me just make extra. Whatever the motive, it just isn't in Memami-san's nature to do something so awful. But she had both motive and opportunity. That's very hard to argue against. But you don't know the defendant.
Objection!
And you, Counsel, do not appear to know the law. Yes, evidence is the only way to convince the court of your argument, not feelings. With this fledgling to defend her, I would almost say I pity the accused. So do I. Inspector, you will reiterate your point about the defendant's motive, please. Ah, yes, Miss Brett was in many ways a sworn enemy of Memami-san. So this didn't work. I don't really see anything here that would necessitate pulling the knife out. The only slightly bullshit thing I can think of is that she's not a medical research assistant because there's a little thingy here. So this can't be her pen. This is not gonna work.
Objection!
It's not gonna work. Oh my god, what am I supposed to do? What about the last name? Well, the question is, Counsel, what about those wide eyes of yours? Well, oh my god. I didn't think it would be like this hard this early. Okay, I gotta save. The adventurer of the blossoming attorney. Aww. Oh dear. I didn't look and did the cap just disappear? Yeah. Feel like we'll need this later, but not now, you know? What the hecky? Where'd the knife go, huh? What the heck? I'm just gonna see if...
Objection!
Nope. Come on.
Objection!
Nope. Why?
Objection!
Oh, no. Damn it. What about... Well... Oh my god. Help. Alright, Dad, help me again. What's up, Dad? Help. This is hopeless. I can't find a single crack in this testimony anywhere. If Ray knew that withdrawing the knife from the wound would threaten Miss Brett's life further, I just can't think of any way to explain why she did it. Susato. It's a time like these when it's especially important to remember the fundamentals. The fundamentals? Evidence is what counts in the courtroom, isn't it? Of course, but I've been through the court record dozens of times already. I think perhaps you're forgetting something, though. You needn't take evidence at face value. You can examine it. Yeah, I know. You know what? Actually, yeah, help me, please. Yes, Father. Spartan guidance is what I need. I think that might be overdoing it slightly, but very well. So open the court record first of all with R. Yes, sir. Now let's take a look at the fountain pen, which was submitted as evidence most recently. Simply press A to examine it further. That's all there is to it. Yes, the initials RM. There they are, clearly engraved on the barrel. By using R up, left, down, and right, you can look at a piece of evidence from all angles. You should have a good look at everything to make sure you haven't missed any clues. Yes, I will! I just need to rotate the pen with R, blah, 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 and look closely for anything out of the ordinary then. That's exactly what I did. Hello? I saw something. I gotta look in order, huh? Yeah, the emblem, but isn't the UMA University one? It must belong to some other organization, I suppose, a business of some kind, but that would seem to imply the pen doesn't in fact belong to Ray. It wasn't Ray who was standing there, we can say. So, what statement could I make that assertion on? So let's try this.
Objection!
Nope, that wasn't it. Come on! Whoever had this pen is actually not a medical research student.
Objection!
Nope. I'm missing a piece of evidence, but like, where the heck do I get it from? But also, thank you. This is all I got. This is the only thing I can examine in great detail. I'm unscrewing that. Nothing here. I examined the newspaper. Ow! Oh my god, thanks. Thanks. I didn't even bother. Oh god. Thank you. Thank you. Raucous England, returnees tell all. This is the interview with Yun Soseki-san as a father. Thank you, Ned. Thank you, Ned. It looks as though it was quite an exchange. Yes, he became a little over-animated when he was talking about his time in England. The photographer managed to capture the moment his hand karate chopped me on the neck. I do hope you weren't hurt. What's on the back? There's always something. This is the newspaper from Soseki-san. There seems to be an important article on the back page as well. Exclusive, deadly poison. Aha! Deadly poison stolen from Yume Medical Research Laboratory. From Yume Medical Research. Father, isn't this your lab? What the? Let me see that. The poison's been stolen? How come you don't know? It's this morning's paper that Soseki-san gave us. Are you saying you didn't know? As embarrassing as that is for the head of the laboratory, I didn't. I've not heard any such thing. Maybe the reporter who is the killer wrote this article. Where on earth could the reporter have gleaned his information? Because he stole it. Come to think of it, there was no article mentioning this story in our paper this morning, was there? It's a highly toxic poison we've been working on in the strictest confidence. I'd put Ray in charge of the project. Ray? She was managing it? If what's written here is true, it means that she tried to hide the theft from me. And moreover, the details were leaked somehow. I don't believe it! We need to read this article very carefully. Well, I want to read it carefully, if you'd let me. Exclusive, deadly poison stolen. I can't believe you knew nothing about this, Father. Nothing was reported to me. It seems an attempted cover-up was at play. This is extraordinary. What I'd really like to know is how a reporter found out about it. I agree. Suspicious. Well, however it happened, I have to take full responsibility. There'll be serious consequences for sure. Oh, Father. Yeah, now it's a separate piece. Poison article. Following a lecture at Yume by Soseki Natsume on the 11th August, it's come to light that a very disturbing incident took place. A deadly poison being secretly developed in the university's forensic science laboratory was stolen. Deadly in tiny quantities, even the smallest amount entering the body, either via the mouth or via a wound from a poison-laced blade, would prove fatal in minutes. Current methods cannot detect the newly developed chemical. The university would have to be consulted. Why is the poison being developed? Onset of symptoms occurs in minutes, starting with impaired breathing and ending with acute contraction of the pupils. I knew it! I knew it was poison! Such symptoms would be suggestive of this toxin. It's apparently an entirely new synthesis of alkaloids and rumored to have been commissioned by the military. Oh, great. Let's try this.
Objection!
Nope, that wasn't the right one. Is that so, Counsel? Then perhaps you would care to explain the court precisely how? Oh, well, definitively. The contradiction lies in your apparent eagerness to present an empty argument, I feel. Okay, I need to save the game again. And be more careful.
Objection!
This is the one. We did it, everybody! Thank you for your help, Ned. No, there is one possibility. One very good reason why the defendant might have decided to withdraw the knife from the victim's wound. What? Ha! The yokel not only has a poor grasp of the law, but is also a poor loser. Tell us then, what possibility do you think you've identified? It's here, in this newspaper article. An article about a deadly poison having been stolen from a laboratory at Imperial Yume
Objection!
The victims perished from a stab wound. Poison has no relevance in this case. But, Prosecutor Ouchie, you will let the defense speak. Yeah, thank you, Judge. But a newspaper article, the court cannot rely on the kind of hearsay those wretched publications carry. Counsel for the defense. I am going to need some tangible basis for your claim. You will indicate to the court precisely what part of the article mentioned affirms your assertion. Okay, let's double check what page that is. Third page, right? Yeah.
Your Excellency!
Yes, of course. Thank you. Ray would never have done something to further endanger Miss Brett's life without just cause. But if she was already dead, the reason why the defendant pulled the knife from the victim's body is in the article, explained in the article where it says, deadly in tiny quantities? That maybe that's it more specifically. Fatal in minutes. Yeah, that's probably what they want me to say, huh? The article reveals the following property about the poison in question. When the toxin enters the body on a knife laced with the poison, it's rapidly absorbed and causes death in minutes. Are you suggesting? If the knife used to attack Miss Brett was laced with this very poison, it would explain why the defendant, Mbani-san, would have withdrawn the blade as soon as possible. Yes, the truth is, it was an attempt to stop the poison from entering the victim's body. What?
Objection!
This is complete and utter nonsense. Not at all. The defendant withdrew the knife blade from the victim's body not to accelerate the woman's demise, but to save her life. The prosecution cannot deny the possibility. Have you not read the post-mortem report? The cause of the death was hemorrhage. The word poison appears nowhere in the document. Well, that's because by acting quickly to remove the blade, the defendant prevented the poison from taking...
Objection!
No, Susato. Oh, please, this is clearly desperation. The weasel's last breaking of wind. Poison has nothing whatsoever to do with this case, as I believe the defense is well aware. We have no proof that the information in this wretched newspaper article is at all reliable anyway. In that situation, what the student should have done was wait for medical assistance to arrive, but instead you claim she suspected poisoning and took the potentially lethal decision to remove the blade. She must have had a strong reason for her suspicions then, or the argument makes no sense. Exactly. Well put, Inspector. On what grounds did she do it, yokel? Why did Ray suspect the stolen poison was involved? If you want grounds, I'll give you grounds. What? You can't possibly. From your expression, Counsel, it would appear those are not empty words. But naturally, as you stand in this courtroom as a lawyer, you must be aware that words alone, empty or not, are of no value in our modern justice system. The court demands evidence. Yes, Your Excellency. I'm well aware of that. I've seen it many times. From my place at his side in the Old Bailey. In that case, Counsel, you will present the proof to the court now. What evidence demonstrates a clear link between this case and the poison in the newspaper article?
Take that!
I would ask the court to refer to the notes section of the post-mortem report, which reads, extreme meiosis, pupil constriction, was observed in the victim. Ah! Clearly, being a yokel with no knowledge of forensic science, I have no idea, so please do tell me. Presumably, the fact that this condition of the victim was noted in the post-mortem report means that it's an unusual symptom of death. Well, under normal circumstances, the pupils dilate when someone dies. If there was extreme constriction instead, that's most certainly unusual, yes. What are you doing, you yokel detective? In a newspaper article, there's the following information about the stolen poison. Onset of symptoms occurs in minutes, ending with acute contraction of the pupils prior to death. What? If the defendant, upon seeing the victim stabbed in the back, happened to notice that the pupils of Miss Brett's eyes had constricted severely, yes, as a medical research assistant, she would have suspected poison immediately, without doubt. Yeah. Prosecutor Ouchie, I think you'll agree this is very compelling evidence. You yokel student and yokel professor! I believe the defense has expertly demonstrated a credible reason for the defendant's actions. No! Eugene Mikotoba. Yes, Your Excellency. I believe you are best placed here to confirm or deny the veracity of the defense counsel's argument. You will tell the court the truth about the details reported in this newspaper, please. Stella, come on. Well, I'll have to ignore you and read the game from my computer instead. Kitty, it pains me to have to admit it, but I'm afraid I don't know. You don't know? The toxin was kept under lock and key in my laboratory, certainly, but I was unaware of any theft. Do you mean to tell the court that the reports of this theft are unfounded? Stella! No! Alright, I gotta go kick my cat's butt. Hold on a second. Get out! Right. No, Your Excellency. Without returning to the laboratory to investigate myself, I couldn't say. Ha! Listen to the bumbling academic. Unaware of the theft of secret state research from his own workplace until he reads of it in the newspaper. I take full responsibility for the incompetence of my supervision. Father. A pitiful situation for a university professor. You should have more control over your students, rather than allowing them off on killing sprees. That's totally unfounded. Hold it. Yeah, we need to hear you talk. None of this is Professor Mikotoba's fault. It's all my fault. Ray? Remember me, son. You stand accused here. Outbursts like this will not be tolerated. But it was me. I was the one who noticed that the poison we were developing had been stolen that day. What? So you knew? I'd been placed in charge of overseeing the project. It was the day that the professor and Soseki-san were interviewed together for the newspaper. That's when I noticed that some of the poison was missing. Just a tiny amount, it was. Why didn't you let me know immediately? I was scared. The whole project was supposed to be confidential, but some of the toxin had somehow been taken. So I decided I'd try to get it back before anyone else found out. Because I had a very good idea of who the thief was. The thief? You don't mean... Yes, of course. It was that dainty Englishwoman. Miss Giselle Brett? That's why I decided to join the little group of people going to the seaside. Inside the beach hut, I confronted Miss Brett. But she just sat on a stool at the back of the hut, smiling sweetly as if she knew she was untouchable. I know it was you who stole the poison. Well now, whatever do you mean? And then, she suddenly got to her feet, before falling to her knees in front of me and then collapsing on the floor. That's when I saw the knife in her back. I couldn't understand what had just happened. And then, a moment later, I was seized with fear. The pupils of her eyes they'd shrunk to tiny pinpoints. I don't believe it. In other words, you realized that the victim was suffering from the effects of the stolen poison. My mind started racing. I hadn't seen anything past Miss Brett's lips while I'd been with her, which left only one possible way for the poison to have entered her body, on the blade of the knife in her back. And that train of thought was what spurred you to withdraw the blade. Yes, if the amount had entered her bloodstream was small enough, she might still have a chance. That's what I hoped. Really, I'm so sorry for staying silent all this time. Your attempt to hide the truth of what happened is not something that can be overlooked. However, I have duly noted the courage with which you confessed in the end. Thank you. Your Excellency. It's barely perceptible, but I do think the balance has shifted a little here in this courtroom now.
Objection!
Your Excellency, do not be deceived. The victim just collapsed before your eyes, you say? Well, Minbani-san, if that's the case, perhaps you could explain how Miss Brett came to be stabbed? Well, you have no answer because the simple truth is that you stabbed the victim motivated by revenge.
Objection!
But you have no conclusive evidence to prove that assertion, do you? Oh, I have evidence, and it is very much conclusive. What's the prosecution counsel up to? It was brief, but he hesitated for a moment there. I'm almost sure of it. You will produce the aforementioned evidence at once, Prosecutor Ouchie. The knife itself? Perhaps some praise is due, young yokel student. What? I had imagined there would be no need for me to submit this evidence. But you've brought this on yourself. What the? Oh, that's the first time I've seen her without her mask on. Could a more damning shot exist? Could a more damning shot exist? The cruelty in the air on that beach is almost palpable. No, she looks determined and like she's trying to save her. This evidence, more than any other, reveals the true extent of the accused's murderous nature, for it shows the precise moment that Minbani-san plunged her dagger into the victim's back. No, that's not true. No. I don't believe it. Ah! But where was this shot taken from? Quite clearly behind her, where she could have been stabbed from. Counsel for the defense, was it you who was responsible for that shrill scream that just pierced the courtroom? Yes, my cousin always said I screamed like a little girl. Perhaps his voice has yet to break. These yokels are slow of mind and slow to mature. I'll show you who's slow to mature. Careful now. Susato is starting to show her face here. It is often said that a picture is worth 1,000 words, and here we have ample proof. The court will accept this extremely cogent photographic print as evidence. The incriminating photograph has been entered into the court record. I can't believe he's had a photograph like that up his sleeve this entire time. But who took it? It's such a stark image, I'm genuinely lost for words. Wait a minute, I don't understand. How did you, who took that photograph? That's what I'm saying. Ray.
Objection!
No, I want to know. That's of no importance here. Stop trying to divert attention. That's because you know exactly that's where the weakness is, Ouchie. Oh.
Objection!
No, I want to know. Yeah. That's an absurd thing to say. It's crucially important. Whoever took this photographic print was a witness to Miss Brett's death. The court must be allowed to hear this person's testimony. Ah! I will uphold the defense's demand. The prosecution will reveal the identity of the person responsible for taking this photograph at once. It's the dude that's been taking pictures of Soseki all this time, the real killer. Well, I'm afraid I can't do that. Pardon? You see, this print arrived at the Imperial Police Bureau headquarters by express post. Oh my god, are you serious? But there was nothing to indicate the sender's name or address. The provenance of the print is unknown. Oh, so it was weak evidence because of that. That's why you wanted to dodge the question. Goodness. Are we to understand then, counsel, that in full knowledge of the fact that this photograph has the murkiest of origins, You nevertheless believe it fit for submission as evidence in the Supreme Court. When you first procured that print before, I noticed that you hesitated for a brief moment, because you knew that it wasn't completely reliable evidence, didn't you?
Silence, you yokel student and blabbering professor! What matters is that the blatant truth of this print is so eloquently expresses.
But the defendant has already admitted to pulling the blade from the wound. Clearly, this isn't the moment that the knife was plunged into the victim's back, but the moment it was withdrawn.
Don't waste this court's time with your ramblings.
Indeed, without knowledge of who produced this print, we have no means of verifying the claim. And the scene it captures is without doubt the most compelling evidence presented to the court. If the defense is unable to shed any further light on the matter, I believe the conclusion is clear.
Oh no.
Susato, this is the time for you to fight. If what you've established so far is true, then there can be no doubt that this photograph shows the moment that Ray withdrew the blade from the victim.
Yes, we just need to prove that somehow. You'll have plenty of time to rue your defeat on the slow train back to the provinces. And to rue the day you came up against Takatsuchi Aochi in a court of law.
If I can't determine who took this photograph, then the trial is going to come to an end. There must be a clue somewhere. There must be some way of working out who took it. Well, counsel? Your Excellency, the burning question is who took that photograph, and the truth is, I have the answer. This isn't about whether I can or can't come up with the answer now. I simply have to. The identity of the person who took this dramatic photographic print is, I assure you, something the defense can and will reveal.
What? No, you can't possibly. But as you so boldly claim that you can, please do enlighten us.
Unfortunately, I'm unable to present a name.
How utterly underwhelming. Did you really believe you could...
However, I am able to present evidence. The defense has a piece of evidence that reveals important details about the photographer's identity.
What?
Very well then, counsel. Present your proof to the court. Which piece of evidence do you claim reveals something about the identity of the mystery photographer? The pen!
Take that!
The piece of evidence in question is this. I'm afraid, counsel, that when presenting evidence, you must learn to temper those wide, nervous eyes. No! Does that not count? I'm obliged to penalize you for the lack of focus in both your eyes and your hands. No! Shit. I'm getting ahead of myself, aren't I?
Would you care to squeeze your head in your hands again, counsel? And punish yourself for presenting such utterly irrelevant evidence?
I'll squeeze my head as many times as it takes to win this trial, Your Excellency. May I? You may present another piece of evidence, but no more squeezing, counsel. All right, then it's got to be the newspaper article, whoever wrote the frickin' article, right?
Take that!
The piece of evidence in question is this. Oh no! No! Are you kidding me? The fuck? Okay. Were they over here? Looking in? I'll try this. God damn it. Well, we know for certain that this emblem isn't that of Yume University. The police really ought to have spotted that. They're obviously convinced of Rei's guilt from the outset. Yeah. Well, maybe this. Did I try that already? All right, I'll save here.
Take that!
What in the world?
Take that!
It was the newspaper itself? Seriously? Not the article itself? Okay. What is that? The newspaper again? Raucous England, returnees tell all. It's not the headline that's relevant here, Your Excellency. It's the photograph. If you look at it oh! Shit. Okay, that totally escaped my notice. That was silly. So there's a crack on the edge here. And there's a crack on the edge here. And I didn't think of it because I thought it was like the grass or something. Oh, that was silly. Oh, I should have caught that. When you look at it closely, you'll notice that there are some white lines on the right-hand side. Ah, yes indeed, they had already caught my eye as it happens. Ha! What of it? A shadow of some kind, presumably, from the branches of a tree or the like. There are no trees growing inside my laboratory at the university, I can assure you. Now, if you look closely at this photograph. Good gracious! Yes, exactly the same pattern of lines is present on this photograph, too. Well, that tells us nothing.
Yes, it's a shadow of some kind, definitely, from the branches of a tree. There wouldn't be any trees growing inside a hut at the beach, Council. What's quite remarkable about it is that the two patterns are absolutely identical. How could such an extraordinary similarity have transpired? Because there's a crack on the camera. A curious matching pattern that appears on both photographic prints as a result of a camera defect. Obviously, it must be due to a problem with the camera used to take the photographs. With the photographic device? Yes, we can confidently say that the camera's lens must be scratched. And that the scratched lens caused unwanted lines to appear on every print taken with the device. In short, the two photographs under consideration here were taken with the same camera. But there must be hundreds of such camera devices here in the capital. It would be utterly impossible to identify the owner of this particular one. I think you're forgetting, Prosecutor Ouchie, that one of the photographs featured in a newspaper article. A newspaper? Ah! That's right. The author of that article is the mystery witness to this crime. What? Ah! Minimoo! I see why you were called a raucous English returnee. What are you yelling about? You've already testified. It's Mini-Memo, I tell you, Mini-Memo! Mo! Soseki-san? What was that? Did you say Mini-Memo? Ever since I returned to Japan, a reporter from the Shoyu News has been hounding me, following my every move. Delicious news. A reporter by the name of Raiten Mini-Memo. Yes, hounding me from dawn till dusk. RM the pen. That guy behind you is the killer. I nailed it. Ah, now that he mentions it. They secretly spy snapshots, scribble stories, and suck up for my privacy. That's the killer right there. Could that same reporter be a camera to the left of him, a notebook to the right? There I am, stuck in the middle with right and Mini-Memo. Welcome back, Katie. What it do? Is there a felting party this week? Ooh, I gotta think about it. Since stupid planes, I'm starting these, streams a day late, and so I was debating whether to do 3 days of Ace Attorney and to take over the needle felting or to start a new project. I think it'll depend on how inspired I feel one way or the other. So felting party this week is a maybe, I'll say for now. But I'd say definitely yes for next week. I'll just have to come up with something. Although I guess it's December, huh? I did make 50 gazillion, like, Christmas ornaments out of felt last year. I guess I could do that again for people. Woo, solid maybe, yeah. So you're saying that this picture was taken by Mini-Memo! Yes! My lord, your excellency, Esquire! Officer, find this newspaper reporter at once and bring him to my courtroom. This name is so good, you're in for a treat, Edgar Allan P. Welcome to the stream, Edgar Allan P. I hope you're enjoying. Yeah, I'm so excited for this. I know people said that this is even better than the last one, and I know this has got to have all of the juicy lore for all of the, you know, all of the... It's even better somehow. Ah! You're on your second joint, you just ordered a new set. Oh, sweet. So you're getting some pretty small needles. Nice. Oh, 36 is good. Yeah, good, good. Oh, your second project. Oh, cool. I'm so glad you're getting into it and enjoying it some, dude. Awesome. Yeah. There's like so much stuff, like, you know, the secret conspiracy going on in the background of the first game. That's like all I want to know about, and they could barely touch on it, so I want to hear it all this time. We will adjourn for a short recess in the meantime. So yeah, I'm really looking forward to this game. Oh, yes, Your Excellency. Yeah, I got more than the one big one and the one small one. Good. Yeah, you definitely want to have extras. I'm really kind of shocked that the snowman set didn't give you more than one. Don't worry, they give all the juicy details. Yes, this is what I need. But yeah, some dude, those needles break easily, so I'm surprised they only gave you one of each with that set. It must have been really bare bones. So it's good that you're getting extra, because you probably can and will break some. This just happens sometimes. Oh, yes, Your Excellency. As you say, Your Excellency. And one more thing. I want this knife, the murder weapon, examined for traces of poison. Yeah, why was that never in my frickin' court record to begin with? You will solicit the assistance of the Imperial University's medical department for the task. Understood? Meh. To be continued. Yeah, let's save. Well, I got through that by the skin of my teeth, but I think I know what I'm doing from now on. August, 10:41 a.m. Supreme Court of Judicature, Defendants, Antechamber 3. I'm so sorry, Susato. I should have told you about the toxin. Ray. You have a strong sense of responsibility, I know. That's why you decided to shoulder the burden alone. No, that's not it at all. I was scared of my failure coming to light, that's all. So I hoped to retrieve the substance from the Englishwoman before anyone found out. Before the trial started. Do you remember what she said, Susato? Oh! Yay, thank you so much for following, Edgar Allan P. Thank you so much. Welcome, welcome. Before the trial started, do you remember what she said, Susato? That you had no doubt in your mind about my innocence, that you'd stand by me to the last. I remember. And yet I didn't deserve your trust in me. I hid important details from you, Susato. I completely betrayed your faith in me. Hit me, Susato! I deserve it! No, in fact, throw me to the floor! Right, she's good at that. No, that's too good for me as well. Drag me through the city streets. I'm no better, you know. Oh? Even though in my heart, I knew that you'd pulled the knife blade from Miss Brett's back. There was just a brief moment when, in my mind, I doubted you. Susato? I'm sorry. After I stood here and promised you that I'd stand by you and always be on your side, I betrayed your faith in me too. And as such, I failed you as a lawyer. Oh, no. I think the situation has taught both of you a valuable lesson. Placing your unbridled faith in another is no easy task. Yes, Father. That fact has certainly struck home. which is why I can see more clearly now. So, Ray, yes? Can you find it in your heart to forgive me? Oh. Oh, Susato. Oh, she's so cute. You know you'll always be a gallant, dashing lawyer in my eyes now. Aww. Oh, Ray. I was so scared, you know, when it happened. I didn't know what was going on. I know, she's so cute. The English woman was sitting at the back of the hut, listening to what I was saying. I know it was you who stole the poison. Well now, whatever do you mean? And then, a moment later, she suddenly got to her feet before collapsing on the floor in front of me with a knife in her back. It all happened right before my eyes. And you were the only people in the hut at the time? That's right. Just Miss Brett and myself. There was no one else. So I just don't understand how she could have possibly been stabbed like that. A great mystery indeed. I still can't believe it happened. That's why I just couldn't bring myself to speak up. It will be all right. However it happened, and whatever really went on by the sea that day, I promise you, I'm going to prove everything you said you saw is true. Spoken like a true Mikotoba. Now, I think we should discuss what's coming up in the trial, don't you? We don't have much time. We must make sure we have our facts in order. Yes, I expect the poison is going to come under close scrutiny in the upcoming proceedings. The police should hopefully have identified it on the blade by now. The trouble is, it's a completely new laboratory-synthesized blend of alkaloids. The police won't have any way of testing for it. Oh, I see. Yes, without this chemical reagent, it's impossible to detect the toxin. Chemical reagent? I sent a colleague of mine off with some earlier to deliver to police headquarters. I think perhaps you should have some as well, though, just in case. Thank you, Dad! Special indicator for new poison under development by my father's team. It's been created in strict secrecy and exists only in my father's laboratory. What's the matter, Susato? You're suddenly very quiet. It's this newspaper article. Exclusive. Deadly poison stolen from Yume Medical Research Laboratory. I'm wondering how the information got out, given that it was a government secret. It was all the Englishwoman's doing! What? It was when the professor and Soseki-san were being interviewed at the laboratory. A so-called English lady swanned in, and without any compunction said to Professor Mikotoba, "Oh, Professor, surely your guest would love to hear about your work on that substance there?" It put me in a very awkward position, to be frank. But Soseki-san's curiosity had been piqued, so I had little choice but to give him a cursory introduction. So then, Soseki-san knew about the poison. Yes, and it's highly likely that the reporter who was writing up the story about us would have caught a glimpse of the toxin too. This Menimamo-san. By the way, did that reporter join you all when you went to the beach? Oh, no. I don't remember the reporter being there. He could have snuck with us. Indeed, he shouldn't have been. I very much doubt anyone would have wanted him there. Oh? A known criminal had been given permission by the authorities to bathe by the seaside. Soseki-san pointed out that inviting a reporter might be problematic, so the man was sent back to his office. He should have been there, yet he obviously didn't go back. He secretly followed the party to the beach and took this very candid photograph. And then presumably he posted it anonymously to the police. Ah. He's very suspicious, isn't he, this Menimamo-san? Yes, that must be what happened. Counsel! We've just heard that the new witness is now ready to testify. The trial is about to resume. Please proceed to the courtroom at once.
It's time to steel ourselves once again, then. Defense Attorney Ryutaro Naruhodo. Yes. Ray has put her faith in me now and told me everything. So I can't let her down. I have to prove that what she's telling the court is true. I have to prove what really happened that day. August 11:30 a.m. Supreme Court of Judicature, Courtroom 1. I hereby call this court to order as we reconvene to continue the trial of Ray Membumi. Prosecutor Ouchie, have you summoned the new witness? Before I address that question, Your Excellency, I have some very important news to share. Oh? What news? And why does he look so happy about it? During the recess, with the collaboration of Professor Mikotoba's laboratory at Yume University, the police re-examined the knife that was used to end Miss Giselle Brett's life. Excellent. I admire your rapid handling of the matter. Oh, too kind, Your Excellency, too kind. I was merely carrying out your instructions, of course. I had the reagent delivered to police headquarters by rickshaw so that I would be there in good time. But judging by the man's swagger, I fear we might need to brace ourselves for the inevitable. And counsel, what were the results? This dagger, which was so cruelly used to end the life of the victim, has no trace of poison anywhere along its blade. What? Are you sure about that? I would stake the reputation of the police on it. It was the pen, wasn't it? Armed with the reagent, the test is extremely simple. They couldn't have made a mistake. There was the wine. In short, the accused's feeble excuse earlier has been utterly destroyed. Now, the prosecution is ready to call the new witness. The newspaper reporter who managed to capture a photograph of the crucial moment. Good. Very well, officer. Bring in the witness. No trace of poison on the knife. But if that's really the case, how could the toxin have entered the victim's body? I can think of a couple of ways. There he is, Mr. Killer. Witness, please state your name and occupation for the court. Right-hand Memo of the Show You News. I'm what people like to call a journo. What's a journo, Father? Do you know? It's simply a contraction of journalist. I'm there when the news breaks, putting pen to paper to catch those scoops so they're in print the next morning. They don't call me the hero of the Herald for nothing. I'm the nice guy in news. Oh, so, it was you who took this photograph, was it? Well, what have we here? I'm sorry? Ooh, brace yourselves, people. Memimo senses a scoop in the offing. Female student up to foul play defended by curiously handsome young lawyer in Supreme Court. Oh, you also got a crush. No, I'm just kidding. Curiously handsome young lawyer. The readers will lap this up. We'll set it above the fold at 72 point in a 5-leg format for the morning edition. Huh? Right then, let's start with your name. Oh, it's Ryutaro Naruhodo. Next, what made you want to become a lawyer? Dude, you're a witness. We're supposed to be asking the questions, not you. Susato is serving in that outfit. It is true. Extremely true.
I wanted to reform our country's legal system, I suppose. Because that's what Kazuma said. Ryutaro has suddenly become very ambitious, I see. I just borrowed Kazuma-sama's dream for a while. By the way, my name is Taketsuchi Aochi. That's Taketsuchi Aochi. A so-called dark horse of the Supreme Court. My objections strike fear into every defense lawyer's heart. No, the readers won't buy that. What? Witness. Yes? What this court demands to know is whether or not you were responsible for the taking of this picture. It was delivered anonymously to the Imperial Police Bureau only yesterday. Yeah, I wouldn't be a journo if I didn't click quick when presented with a scoop like that now, would I? Sometimes stories call out to me, sometimes I have to chase them down, but either way, you gotta be fast. Fast legs to run with and a fast hand to write with. It's no good if you don't note it down, I always say. That's what I call my many-moism. 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 Many-memoism. Many-memoism. Okay. Many-memoism. Many-memoism? Ah, yes, I remember your face. We met that day when you were interviewing myself and Soseki-san. Yes, right. That was me. Memi-mo again. Many-memo again. But you were supposed to be going back to the Shoyu news offices after our meeting. But the scoop is I didn't. Because that English woman's words had piqued my journalistic interest. Miss Brett's words? A criminal, left to do as she pleases just because she happens to be a British citizen? It's horse dung! This country's judiciary is rotten to the core. The Supreme Court's rulings aren't worth the paper they're written on. The police are just imperial pawns. Wow, it sounds like this guy might have a motive. Stay your tongue, young man. There are complex political issues at play. Well, anyway, I quickly jotted down those words she said in my memo pad. Are you ready? I'll read it out. It's all right here. Right, here goes. I should like to go with everyone to see your country's coast. A serious criminal going on some junket. The people need to know about this. That's why I decided to sneak after them. To get the woman's story so I could hammer her in the press. Do you mean to say you did indeed witness it firsthand? The grim scene portrayed in this photograph? Oh yes, I saw it with my very own journo eyes. From start to finish, through the viewfinder of my trusty camera. Thank you, Memo-san. You will now give a formal testimony before the court. You will state exactly what it is that you witnessed of the events surrounding Miss Brett's death. The camera never lies. The beach hut was made of shoddy old reed screens, so there were plenty of gaps I could see inside through. The English woman was sitting on a stool when the student girl came in and started arguing with her. Seconds later, the girl pulled out a knife, throwing the English woman to the floor as she stabbed her in the back. My smoldering journo spirit burst into flames. Quick as a flash, I whipped out my camera ready to click. I pulled apart the rough weave of one of the screens and poked the lens through for the perfect shot. Reed screens, you say? Right, you can see them clearly enough in this great shot I snapped. The hut walls were just screens made of coarsely woven reeds. Yes, it allows the breeze to pass through and bring some relief from the summer heat. And it was a breeze for me to poke my camera through and see the whole thing hotting up. Ignoring for the time being the appalling invasion of privacy involved, did you witness everything that happened from the moment the defendant entered the hut? Oh yes, I saw it. I saw the whole thing from start to finish. So you were peeping? And you say that you took the photograph through a gap in one of the screens. Luckily for me, they were pretty shoddily woven. I pulled the reeds apart and thrust the lens of my camera through the gap. Would I get away with it, or would I be seen? It was the gamble of a lifetime. A tenacity of purpose that's considered admirable in a journalist, I suppose. Run a risk one day, run a skip the next. That's a many-memoism in a nutshell. At last, it would appear we have a genuine witness to this wicked crime. The evidence and testimony are extremely compelling. I believe we may be close to a verdict. No. Wonderful news, Your Excellency. Wonderful. Nevertheless, it cannot be denied that this testimony begs one very large question. What question? Exclusive news. A startling photograph. All the makings of an exceptional story for the reporter. Why then was the story never published? Oh, that's right. It seems clear to me that there are circumstances at play here that are yet to be understood. Ha! More pathetic excuses. Very well then, counsel. Proceed with your cross-examination. Yes, Your Excellency. There's more to this reporter than meets the eye. He's keeping something about this case very close to his chest. The beach hut was made of shoddy old reed screens. There was plenty of gaps I could see inside through. What made you want to see what was happening inside the beach hut in the first place? Call it journo instinct. Can you think of a better reason? Oh, I don't know. Perhaps because as well as being a proven criminal, the person inside was a young woman. Ah, I see where you're going with this. Brace yourselves, people. He's painting the journo as a voyeur. It's hardly slander, sir. You had a camera and you were taking pictures without the woman's knowledge. Nope, you've got it all wrong, little student boy. Sorry. To my mind, all that was inside the hut was a scoop. Nothing more, nothing less. Scoops know no gender, man or woman, it's all news. That's not even many-memoism, it's basic journalism. If only the courtroom was as indiscriminate. Right, so if that's all buttoned up, can we move on? Tell the court then, witness, what sight befell your eyes when you looked inside the hut? A sight that vindicated my journo instinct, that's what. When I pulled back the reeds, I could see it as clear as day. The English woman was sitting on a stool when the student girl came in and started arguing with her. Hold it! So you actually saw Memami-san entering the hut. Yep, and she was raging like my journo spirit. And the argument you mentioned, what was that about exactly? You stole it! I didn't steal it, that kind of thing. Talking about the poison, I suppose. The student girl walked right up to the English woman and really started laying into her. I mean, if she'd laid into her anymore, there would have been eggs. The man should have been an author. His descriptive talents are wasted on journalism. But the student's rantings fell on deaf ears, like a Japanese person's listening to English for the first time. He really ought to work on his similes first, though, to be honest. Anyway, the point is, that woman in the dock was mightily angry. And her temper finally got the better of her, it seems. Dear me. Which was the climactic moment I caught on film. Seconds later, the girl pulled out a knife, throwing the English woman to the floor as she stabbed her in the back. Hold it! Do you swear before this court that you actually saw the precise moment when the stabbing took place? Ha! The precise moment? I didn't see just that. I saw the whole hellish scene play out from start to finish. I have here a simple plan of the beach hut. Perhaps you could use it to explain to the court exactly what you witnessed.
Right you are. It's all here in my mini memo pad. Something's off. When I first peered into the hut, I'm sure that the Englishwoman was on this stool at the back of the hut here. Yes, the accused's own testimony confirmed that. She just sat at the back of the hut, smiling sweetly, is what I have noted down. It's my turn to testify now. Try not to interrupt. Then the next moment, as I was watching, the evil student girl entered the hut. After a while, the pair of them ended up in the middle of the hut, arguing furiously. The Englishwoman went for the student, but the girl dodged out of the way. And in a flash, plunged the knife into her adversary's back as the two passed each other. That's not what you just said, though. What you describe is a grim crime indeed. Never sugarcoat the truth. That's what many memoism says. By the way, Many Memo-san, whilst you were watching that terrible scene unfold before your eyes through a gap in the screen, did it not occur to you to try to prevent the tragedy rather than capture it on film? Journos have to be observers. We can't get involved. That's our raison d'etre. Oh my god. Okay. So you didn't converse with Miss Brett at all? Obviously not. An observer always remains on the outside looking in. And that's something to be proud of, is it? Your Excellency, if I may. Yes, Professor? I think the witness's last expertly phrased statement should perhaps be added to his formal testimony. Balder, what are you? I will grant the defense's request. Many Memo-san, you will supplement your formal testimony with the aforementioned statement. Well, nihilism is the foundation of many memoism, but I'll gladly prove that my words aren't meaningless. I never once set foot in the hut nor spoke with the Englishwoman. I was there as an observer. Okay, I think I'm gonna take a little break. I think I gotta eat something. My stomach's been bothering me the last couple of days, and I think I gotta tend to it a little bit. So I'll be right back. You guys go take a break if you need to too. Go get a snack if you need to. Drink some water, all of that. I'll be back in a bit. Hello, Sam. All right, thank you guys for your patience. Salutations. Yeah, it's just that I had, because of, like, my stomach bothering me the last few days and stuff, I haven't gone grocery shopping yet. So I'm like, alright, I gotta be gentle on my stomach with what food. So the best thing I could come up with was, Greek yogurt with pomegranate seeds. So I've got that here, and I've got some chamomile tea, and I'm just, like, very gently sipping and chewing. But I think I can do that and play the game, so I won't make you guys wait any longer. Alright. First, maybe we should take a look at some of this new evidence. Oh wait, let's look at the reagent first. Nothing appears. Oh, whoops. There we go. The label appears to be written in a foreign language that I don't know. It's German, so your knowledge of English is going to be of little help here, I'm afraid. Couldn't you have written medicine on it in Japanese? Then we'd all be able to read it. German is the international language of medicine, my dear. It is? I guess at the time. But yes, I can certainly see the merit in labeling the bottle in Japanese. Though I'm not sure medicine would be entirely appropriate. Oh, that's it. It's just a reagent, we know what it does and everything.
Ah, yes, this must be the victim's blood. Oh dear, blood is never a pretty sight, is it? Stella, I swear, I just gave you what you want, and now you're making a ruckus. I'm fighting the urge to run I'm having to fight the urge to run it under a hot tap and get it clean. You've always been fastidious about cleanliness, haven't you? I think this is something else, Father. That's it. Okay. The RM initials are very clearly engraved here. Yeah, we know that. That looks familiar, don't it? Well, we know for certain this emblem is... Yeah, this is the same. Can we test... We probably can't test the cartridge on its own yet, huh? We need to wait until it comes up, I guess. This is what I want to test with the reagent. Yeah, I'm not going to be able to test this yet. There has to be a point where we can. Let's press this. Really? You didn't set foot inside the hut at all? Are you quite sure about that? I think you may have the wrong impression of me. We're talking about a murder scene here. My nerves were stretched to the breaking point already. The pen has got to be the evidence there. Oh, I see. You were scared? Maybe I did have the wrong impression of you, yes. It was all I could do to stifle a scream and hold my hand steady enough to snap the shot. You really should have summoned help before thinking of your camera. Many memoism and humanism don't always agree. And most of the time in those instances, many memoism comes out on top. Huh. As a sculptor of stories, sometimes I have to be cruel for my art. Yes, that's spot on. Surely he's making this all up. Claims to have spied the whole affair from start to finish. If true, his testimony is devastating. But it does seem as though he's holding something back, doesn't it? If that's how you feel, I suggest that you trust your instincts and press him on everything he's said. As you've no doubt seen done many times before in your role as a judicial assistant. Yes, I have. I've seen witnesses like this pressed often. I know exactly what to do. All right. Let's try to present the pen. Objection! Yeah, let's go. Many Memo-san. Until now, I've had a firm belief that newspapers are in the business of uncovering and publishing the truth. Uh-oh. You're gonna totally lay a sick burn on him, aren't you? You're on the spot there. You're spot on there. The press doesn't lie, which is why I'm proud to wear the emblem of the Show You News on my arm. Oh no, what did you read through Google Translate? In a way, that's more many memoism. Sadly, though, it seems the journalists who write for those papers don't always share the same passion for the truth. Get him! What are you suggesting with those recriminatory words, Counsel? Many Memo-san, do you recognize this fountain pen? Ah! This pen was found at the scene of Miss Brett's death. In fact, the murdered victim was gripping it in her hand as she died. What are you? If you look at the barrel of this pen, you'll notice that its owner's initials are engraved there. R.M. Yes, thank you for bringing that up, Counsel. The initials of the accused remember me. Is a oh, Stella! Don't do that. Is it a coincidence, I wonder, that your initials are also RM? No! Right 10, mini memo, RM. That's horse dung. Can't you see? One of the central tenets of many memoism is being a pencil user. And yet, as the court will clearly be able to see, your right hand, there is a very obvious blue ink stain. Yes! Thank you for pointing it out. It would appear that you have rather carelessly left it somewhere recently. Your favorite fountain pen, that is. Horsey horse dung! Many Memo-san, is it not the case that before she died, you met with Giselle Brett in that beach hut?
Attention!
Ooh, new objection music, let's go. New cornered music, let's go. Why should we have to listen to this absurd nonsense? It's nothing but another excuse. Exactly. Shoyu News will stand behind me all the way. I deny everything. I gotta crank this up. This is some good music. Yeah, let's go. There must be as many people with the initials RM as there are stars in the night sky. The defense has neither time nor inclination to count every star in the sky. And there's no need anyway, because this pen has more to tell. Yes, there is another clue. A clue that undeniably proves who its owner really is. In that case, counsel, the defense will now show the court where the alleged clue lies. Of course, Your Excellency. I've been waiting for this. Japanese counter and switch VTuber clip was Google translated as viewers familiar with YouTube sees lots of unidentifiable words. It was interesting when I learned about the beats. Most of them are Pepe emojis. Oh! They're all they're just emojis. Because you just see everything typed out, like on YouTube stream. Yeah, for sure. I had that same realization when I downloaded it after seeing them all over Final Fantasy 14 streams and stuff. The clue on this fountain pen that clearly reveals its owner's identity is this. Wait, let me, yeah. There we go. That. Oh, whoops. It isn't a human, it was belonging to some other organization, I suppose. A business. I meant to present that, sorry.
Got it!
As well as the initials, there is also an emblem on this fountain pen. An emblem that you will, of course, recognize, Many Memo-san. Goodness me. It's the emblem of the Shoyu News. In other words, the owner of this pen is an employee of the Shoyu News, whose initials are RM. Suddenly, the stars in the night sky don't seem so numerous, do they? Man, you are so good at these savage takedowns, Susato. Well, Many Memo-san, how do you respond? That's supposed to be like barrels and wheat, isn't it? It is soy sauce, isn't it? Shoyu News. No! Order. Explain yourself, witness. Or could be rice, not wheat. So, this is how the mighty Supreme Court works, is it? Uh-oh, Stella's invading the work desk. Using coercive tactics to have well-meaning citizens reveal harmless secrets. I've used nothing but honest tactics.
Alright then, fine. I won't try to hide it anymore. Yes, not long before that grim tragedy unfolded, I, a show you news reporter on behalf of the public, conducted an interview with the Englishwoman. An interview? You never mentioned this before! When exactly was this? As I said, it was before that evil little student girl showed her face in the hut. It couldn't have lasted more than 2 or 3 minutes, that's all. It was just a brief exchange. But it came to nothing. And as we many memoists say, the people don't pay their dues for the unworthy news. However insignificant you deem it to be, this court cannot overlook the meeting between yourself and the victim. You will testify now under oath about the precise nature of this meeting and what transpired. Got it. Yes, all right, but on one condition. Condition? In all good conscience, I couldn't speak out alone about this. You need to call back the earlier witness, Soseki Natsume-san. Soseki-san? Oh yes, according to my notes here, that man has a secret of his own. Embrace yourselves, because it's not a harmless one, it's big. Yeah, I know he was accused of stabbing a woman. What? Many memoism states that one man's secret is every other man's front page story. Very well, I will grant the witness's request in this instance. Officer, summon the earlier witness back to the stand. Soseki-san, hiding something? I asked the Englishwoman for an interview, but she declined, so I left the hut without making a fuss. Then, watching secretly from outside, I saw the woman being stabbed and the other witnesses come running. The detective realized that the victim still had a pulse, so he ran off to fetch help. That's when this writer man here asked the woman a very significant question. But he didn't say anything about that in his testimony, which is why many memoism demands I reveal it now. Well, what was the question? I guess I gotta press, huh? You mean to say the victim? The victim regained consciousness? And when she did, you decided to ask her a question? That's, true. Yes. That's important. Why didn't you tell us before? He did, and that's not all. The woman gave him a very definite answer. An answer that incriminates the accused. Why is this new to us? This is preposterous. Why am I only hearing about this now? Why didn't you mention this before? You yokel hack? It wasn't even a conversation! Yes, I did pose the withering English rose a question. I don't deny it. But she could no longer speak. She was barely conscious even. Counsel for the defense. I expect a thorough cross-examination to be conducted here. Is he just bullshitting that she said something back then? This court must and will know the truth. Absolutely, Your Excellency. The reporter is claiming that Miss Brett implicated Ray somehow. What on earth could have happened in that hut? I asked the Englishwoman for an interview, but she declined, so I left the hut without making a fuss. A woman being stabbed. I'm running. Why didn't he mention this either? And Soseki-san remained behind in the hut? That's right, yep. Our author friend here was a blabbering wreck, shaking all over from his head to his toes, mustache twitching, eyes bulging. What do you expect? You don't know the terrifying troubles that taunted me whilst traveling abroad. Back behind baleful bars. They'll be coming for me, surely. That's all I could think. I felt as though I were gasping for air, drowning in a sea of cold sweat. Yeah, lucky for you, somebody else got falsely accused. Poor Soseki-san. His experiences in London have scarred him deeply.
As the world seemed to close in around me, I quietly recited a prayer to Amida Buddha. Eternal emptiness, empty eternity, the end is coming for me, surely! No sutras are to resound in my courtroom, please. And now we come to the crucial part. That's when it happened. Stella, don't rub the microphone. No, no. Leave my yogurt alone. She wants my yogurt. That's in this writer. What? Yeah, what's the question, please? What question? What exactly did he say? Well, now. You should hear that from the horse's mouth, I think. Don't you, Mr. Writer Man? Ah! Out with it, you yokel hack! What'd you say to her? What'd you say to the dying English woman? Well, in truth, I'd been catching crabs at the water's edge and building castles in the sand, you see. How adorable. Well, the seaside is a place to be at leisure, I suppose, even for a grown man. Then all of a sudden, from that little beach hut, a young girl's panic-stricken cries for help pierced the air. Ray? I ran up to the beach to see what was happening, to find the defendant leaning over the collapsed victim. As soon as Inspector Hosonaga saw Miss Brett on the ground, he sprinted off to get help. And then, just a moment later, I heard a faint moan. A moan from the dead Englishwoman. I nearly jumped out of my skin! But what did you ask her, Soseki-san? I asked her, who did this to you? Don't protract this any longer. How did the woman respond? She didn't! She said nothing in response! But... When in the stand, you will answer the questions asked of you unambiguously. Now, without evasion or reticence, I demand that you amend your testimony. I will! I asked her who did this to you, but she never replied.
Hold it!
So you tried to find out who the culprit was. He who asks a question is a fool for a minute. He does not remains a fool forever. Damn, that's some good advice. I gotta internalize that. And having been labeled a criminal twice during my time in Great Britain, I was quick to make up my mind. Better to be a fool for a minute than remain a fool in prison forever! However, you've indicated that the victim failed to respond. Is that correct? I know why. I know why the Englishwoman said nothing. She was ignoring me because of my stupid mustache, because I'm Japanese! Oh dear, Soseki-san has really developed a dislike for the English, it seems. Having read the report on his time in Great Britain, I can't say I'm surprised at his xenophobia. But the Englishwoman didn't ignore you at all, did she, Mr. Writer Man? Well, yes, all right. She did respond in a matter of speaking, I suppose. Which was... She just lifted a trembling finger and pointed in the direction of the defendant. Oh, dear. That's not good. Miss Brett pointed a finger at the defendant? Soseki-san, is that really true? You could have mentioned that before. It's not easy to stand here and say this, but... When we first entered the beach hut, the Englishwoman was sprawled on the floor before us with the student girl standing on the far side of her. And when I asked who did this to you, the Englishwoman summoned her last ounce of strength to point a trembling finger at the back of the hut. Which was, it can't be denied, in the direction of the student girl who stands accused today. But, oh! But... The journalist was also standing back there through the wall. Shit. The reporter. No. Soseki-san, why on earth did you neglect to mention this in your original testimony? By fiddlesticks, I say. This is not a British court of law. You will respond in Japanese. Yes, of course, the Englishwoman did... What
point her finger toward the back of the hut, but I was trembling. She was trembling, and everything was a blur. Thinking about it, I feel as though perhaps she was pointing in a slightly different direction. Actually, no, not slightly, in a very different direction to where the student girl was standing. Somewhere in the back of the hut where nobody was standing at all. You mean that your memory of events and the direction in which the victim was pointing were both unclear? Yes, that's it, unclear. And I'm very, very unclear.
Attention!
Your Excellency, surely this proves the matter beyond all reasonable doubt. You just said it was unclear, dude. Yes, the woman may barely have been conscious, and yes, perhaps her finger wavered slightly, but there can be no doubt that this was an attempt by the victim to confirm the identity of her assailant. Why? Because as the court can see, there was none other than the accused in the direction the victim was pointing. It is now abundantly clear that no one besides the accused could have possibly committed this crime. I'm inclined to agree. And in the absence of any credible argument to the contrary, I believe we can now conclude this trial. No! 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 The headline's writing itself. Dashing lawyers' hopes dashed. 92 point across the whole page. We'll do an extra edition. This is a serious blow, Sasato. Unless we're able to identify the true culprit and substantiate our claim with evidence, the judge will give his ruling and the trial will be over. But that's impossible, Father. We don't even know how the crime was committed yet. Impossible though the task may seem, we have no choice. We must think back over everything we've learned thus far. Somewhere in all those details, I'm confident we'll find the clue we need. Ray gave us her account of how events unfolded in the defendant's antechamber before the trial resumed. She told us what happened at the precise moment Miss Brett was killed. The Englishwoman was sitting at the back of the hut, listening to what I was saying. And then, a moment later, she suddenly got to her feet. Before collapsing on the floor in front of me, with a knife in her back. How could Miss Brett have been stabbed in the back in a beach hut that was empty but for herself and Ray? Through the reeds. Somewhere amid all the information we've gathered so far, there must be an answer to that question. I take it then that the defense has nothing further to add. Untrue. So, the gallant yokel student's luck finally runs out. I can't say I'm surprised. In that case, I'm ready to deliver my final verdict on this matter. This is a crucial turning point now. If I can't establish what really happened, it's over. Where was the real culprit hiding? And how did he or she stab the victim? I know how.
Objection!
Your Excellency, I respectfully ask you to postpone your adjudication for the time being. Oh, to what end, counsel? The defense would like to present the court with an alternative theory. An alternative theory that can explain who the victim was actually trying to implicate with her dying gesture.
Objection!
An alternative theory? Ha! None exists!
Objection!
There was someone else present at the scene who could have committed this crime. What? And the victim, Miss Brett, tried to reveal who it was to those around her at the time by mustering all her remaining strength, by pointing a trembling finger in the killer's direction. This is fiction, fantasy. Very well. As you seem so sure of yourself, counsel, I am prepared to hear your alternative theory. So, young Ryutaro Naruhodo. Yes, Your Excellency. You will present your latest theory to the court by means of this plan. At the moment the victim was stabbed, where exactly were you proposing the culprit was concealed? Outside, but let me be more exact. Kind of to the left. Right there. That was, look at that! The gap is precisely behind the, behind the stool where she would have been sitting and got stabbed in the back, right there. It was right here.
Take that!
Naruhodo-san would never give up. And I'm a Naruhodo now. Aww. The true culprit who fatally stabbed Miss Brett was concealed in this location here. Are you mad, Counsel? You're suggesting the culprit was outside the hut? What? Order, order, order! But student lawyer Naruhodo-san Esquire, that makes no sense at all. You've just pointed out the exact spot where I was hiding to get my scoop snap. But I didn't see any suspicious individuals loitering about. I can swear to that. Obviously, if the culprit had been outside the hut, there's no way that he or she could have stabbed the victim who was inside the hut. Are you shitting me? Actually, Prosecutor Ouchie, there is a way. And, in point of fact, the defense can provide evidence strongly suggesting that this is precisely the way Miss Brett was killed. You're bluffing! You're bluffing, you yokel! The defense's assertion is clearly too fantastical for the court to comprehend. You'll need to give us more guidance, Counsel. What piece of evidence corroborates your theory that the victim was stabbed from outside the hut? I would say this, right?
Take that!
Right, please? Well, I've presented it now, but I haven't the first— No! But I haven't the first idea why I chose this piece of evidence. No! Counsel, you're suggesting that this piece of evidence bears your theory as to how the victim was stabbed? It's something of a windfall, Your Excellency. I think the word you're looking for, Counsel, was downfall. God damn it. Your theory is correct, and the knife was thrust into Miss Brett's back from outside the hut. There should be a visible trace somewhere. A trace? Yes. Oh! On the hut itself. Okay, I know. Your Excellency, the defense would like to present a different piece of evidence. The other photograph, sorry. Go ahead.
Take that!
The original photographic print of the crime scene? Yes, it's clearly visible in this print. The trace of the fatal thrust that was delivered from outside the beach hut. Do you take us for fools? There's no hint of any such thing. I'm not sure that everyone present would agree. Someone, at least, appears to have noticed what it is that I'm referring to. Counsel, once again, I must call on you to be explicit for the court. Where in this photograph is the trace of the stabbing which you claim took place from outside the hut? Here.
Take that!
Look closely, just here. In the screen at the back of the hut, you can see the effects of a blade having been forced through the reeds. No! I can't see any such thing! It's true that the hut in question had 4 walls, as you'd expect. However, by parting the reeds, a knife blade could easily penetrate them. This is extraordinary! Yes. The true culprit actually stabbed the victim from outside the beach hut. That's what I thought happened. And of everyone present at the scene, there was only one person who could have done that. Only one person who was directly outside the hut when Miss Brett was killed. Right, Ten Many Memo-san, it could have only been you. No!
Objection!
The preposterous idea leaves me almost speechless. Just look at the photograph again. The victim lies almost exactly in the center of the beach hut, does she not? Are we to assume, as part of this farcical scenario, that the assailant was a knife thrower?
Objection!
No, of course not. We're not? If you recall the testimony of the defendant about the events just before the victim's death. Inside the beach hut, I confronted Miss Brett. But she just sat on a stool at the back of the hut, smiling sweetly at me as if she knew she was untouchable. A stool? Have another look at the photograph. A slit in the reed screen.
would align perfectly with the back of a person who was sitting on that stool. Exactly. My word. So, in fact, the victim was killed while sitting on that stool by a stab wound to her back delivered through the read screen. Ah! Having been attacked, Miss Brett rose to her feet instinctively. But then, unable to speak, she collapsed on the floor in the middle of the hut. Before the defendant, Membunny-san's eyes, appalled eyes. And that, Your Excellency, is the truth of what happened on the beach that day. He won't go down that easily. By your silence, Memo-san, I take it that you don't deny the charge. This is absurd! That will do. It will appear that we have a tacit admission of guilt from the witness. Accordingly, this court has successfully established the truth of this matter, which means that the defendant, Membunny-san, is innocent of the crime. Oh, thank goodness! I finally made him cave. I must say, I've never been more proud. No, it's not over. No, this can't be. The Ouchie clan can't. What of my growth? My growth of hope? It wasn't all an apparition. I can't accept this. I won't. I see no reason for the continuance of this trial. I will therefore move to conclude proceedings by delivering my final verdict and hold it. Well, this is all very convenient. This is how the highest court in our mighty empire delivers justice, is it? Suppressing well-meaning citizens' freedoms to speak and branding them as criminals. But we have established that the victim was stabbed from outside the hut through the reed screen walls. And no one but you was in place at the time to have his hand on the hilt of the blade. It is a perfectly logical deduction. So, your argument hinges on the location of whoever stabbed the Englishwoman, does it? Well, it seems a little irrelevant now. Irrelevant? Where she was stabbed? How she was stabbed? It doesn't matter. I mean, whether she was stabbed at all makes no difference if you think about it. After all, this trial's already shown the whole thing hinges on something else. Oh, the poison. What? What are you talking about? Brace yourself, little man. I'm talking about the fact that everything's changed. Because the dirt you dug up. What? Enough obscurity. Explain yourself, witness. What's to explain? I'm talking about the poison, of course. The poison? Let's ask that professor for a comment on the situation, shall we? I understand that a deadly poison you were developing was stolen from your laboratory, correct? And it's been shown that this poison was administered to the victim, Miss Brett. Is that right? That is correct. The unusual constriction of the victim's pupils are a sure sign that this particular poison was used. I see. So, presumably that means that the victim already had the poison in her body before she was stabbed? Ah. Given that her pupils were clearly constricted, it seems highly likely, yes. If she had been dead already, the poison could not have circulated in her blood. Ah, how refreshing to hear the argument of a metropolitan mind. Precisely! It matters not a jot who stabbed whom and whose back and with whose blade. Because, quite simply, the Englishwoman's life was taken not by the knife, but by the poison.
Objection!
But that can be explained by the poison being on the blade. Is that... Oh, Susato.
Objection!
Forgotten already, have we, yokel? During these very proceedings, the laboratory of the professor at your side assisted in proving that the blade of the weapon used to attack the victim had no trace of poison on it whatsoever. So let me get this down. The facts, as skillfully established by the defense in this trial, turn out to be a headline-making red herring. Is that about right? Well... Order, order, order! But where does this leave us? How, in that case, did the poison enter the victim's body? There is an undeniably obvious answer to that. The lady most likely imbibed it. You mean she drank it? Have another look at the photograph here. As you can see, yes, somebody finally points out the wine. Thank you, Mikotoba. A bottle of carbonated water. Oh, it's the fucking carbonated water again. It's not wine. Oh my god, this really is like a copy of the first case in the first game in a lot of ways. A lot of echoes. A bottle of carbonated water and a glass had been knocked onto the sandy floor of the beach hut. The poison could have been slipped into either. So somebody made Miss Brett drink it. Well, what do you know? Look at those dashing eyes. This will make a great front page shot. Hey, why the bewitching stare? After all, I'm the last person you should be looking at. It would make no sense at all that I poisoned the woman, would it? I mean, that's been established already.
Hold it!
Established? What are you talking about? Don't tell me you've forgotten. That's a little hard to believe, given that the person who established it was you. Me? What on earth does he mean? Ooh, let me capture those wide eyes. This is prime press fodder, this is. It would seem that this trial is not destined to end yet, after all. I hereby call upon the witness to give further testimony. That's great, that is. Let me get a shot of that magnificent beard, Your Excellency. You claim it to be impossible that you were the one responsible for administering the poison to the victim. You will explain in the court your testimony the basis upon which you make such a claim. I'm a journo and I'm a man. I've never tried to run or hide from anything in my life. And I'm not about to start now because that's many-memoism. Many-memoism. For a brief moment I thought I had illuminated the truth, but it slipped right back into obscurity again. Just where is this trial going to take us? Witness testimony, complete innocence. Oh yes, I stabbed the English woman. And it's that very pact that proves I'm innocent. Why did you stab her though? Because why would I have bothered to stab the woman if I'd already poisoned her? I guess that is a little weird. When I heard the student girl and that pompous English murderer arguing, it got my goat. The courts weren't gonna punish Brett for what she did. Someone else would see justice done. So, you admit it then? That everything happened as I described? That you are the one who stabbed Miss Brett in the back through the read screen? You can blame this miserable country of ours. A country that bows to the pressure of foreign powers and lets murderers walk free. What kind of future can a country like that have? That's why I did it. I did what our pathetic leaders didn't have the guts to do. Slap bang in the middle of that charming lady's back. I plunged the blade of sweet justice right in there. As someone who spends his life seeing that the truth is told, I feel really, really awful about giving false information in my testimony before. But as it turns out, there was somebody else who had it in for the victim and got to her before me. That's right, you guessed it. That pretty little student girl. Now there's a woman after my own heart. You're implicating Ray again. She's the one who gave the poison to the English woman and ended her pitiful existence. And suddenly, snap! This journo here is off the hook. The argument is sound, certainly. If the witness had administered the poison himself, he need only have waited for it to take effect. Subsequently stabbing the victim in the back would have been entirely nonsensical. And therefore, this reporter had nothing to do with the poisoning. Yes, it is all quite logical. That's right, it is. Logical and true. I'm glad you've all seen the light. Justice at last. This is unbelievable. And after I'd made so much progress in proving his guilt, is he going to get away with it now? Think of Kazuma-sama and Naruhodo-san. They never stopped looking for a way forward until the judge's final gavel. Very well then, counsel. Proceed with what I assume to be your final cross-examination in this trial. Yes, Your Excellency. Oh yes, I stabbed the Englishwoman. It's that very fact that proves I'm innocent.
Hold it!
I need to rub this in his face some more. So, you do admit that you had murderous intentions towards Miss Brett, then? Ha! The woman's very existence offended my sense of justice. Your sense of... He's claiming some sort of righteous indignation? She was pure evil! A cold-blooded killer who'd committed murder right here on our empire's soil. But did our good-for-nothing government do anything? Not a chance! So I had to step in. Oops. Fly the flag of justice. Put things right for the people. Yes, it was my civic duty. That's what drove me to do it. So, in summary, murderous intentions, then. Whatever you want to call it, the point is this. That Englishwoman was a blight, so I had to do what was right for society. Yeah, a real wrong was done by the student girl in the dock, a crime for which she must pay. Obviously, because the poisoning was nothing to do with me at all. Because why would I have bothered to stab the woman if I'd already poisoned her? So you still maintain that you didn't give the poison to the victim? Obviously, that'd be like putting a belt on your trousers when you were already wearing braces like these. The accused administered the poison, following which this witness stabbed the victim. An unforgivable act, certainly, but not one of murder. That crime rests on the accused's shoulders. That is how the law works, you see, yokel. Who knows? You may even learn something here today. But there is, like, assault, attempted murder, conspiracy to murder, invasion of privacy, perjury, although not quite first-degree murder. I could, yeah. 2 consecutive attempts on her life in the space of minutes. Quite a day for the victim. Do something that evil and you've got it coming. That's how the law works. The law of reckoning. That's not the kind of law this court upholds. You will reiterate why you were compelled to stab the victim then, witness. When I heard the student girl and that pompous English murderer arguing, it got my goat.
Hold it!
What exactly were they arguing about? About what happened in that restaurant 9 months ago. That's what they were. The student girl was laying into the Englishwoman for killing her beloved mentor, Dr. Wilson. Yes, John H. Wilson, a professor of medicine, invited here from England by Professor Mikotoba, no less. Right, but the Englishwoman just jeered. Her case was to be heard by the British Consular Court in Shanghai. However, there is little doubt that she would simply have been acquitted and sent back to her homeland a free woman. It was eating that student girl up inside. You could see it. I really felt for her. Hold it. She's interrupting again and gonna be like, hey, hold on. I can't stand here and listen to this tripe. Ray, young girl, you stand accused here. You can't just blurt out whenever you feel like it. No, you can't. Sorry, but I'm in the middle of some very important testimony here. Just keep quiet and listen. But this awful man is making all of this up. Susato, please, you have to make them listen. Return to the dock at once, Membani-san. We are in the middle of a cross-examination.
Hold it!
Your Excellency, please, I implore you. That journalist is clearly not a trustworthy witness. Exactly. He's a filthy, rotten, black-hearted, bigoted, dirty, great peeping Tom. Whoa, take it easy there. Please, I really think the court should hear what the defendant has to say. Your Excellency, I see no need whatsoever to entertain the accused's remarks. I will grant the request of the defense. But, Your Excellency! This is likely to be the final cross-examination of these proceedings. As such, I believe it would be ill-advised to stifle the defendant's obvious concerns. So, whilst recognizing that this contravenes regular protocol, I hereby call upon the defendant to speak. Oh! Thank you so much, Your Excellency. It was nothing to do with Dr. Wilson. We were discussing the stolen poison. That's what you told us. The stolen poison that killed the victim, you mean? I suspected her of being the one to steal it. I mean, just think about how she killed Dr. Wilson. That's true. Additionally, Miss Brett certainly had knowledge of the new poison. But surely it would be no easy task to steal a highly secret toxin being developed for the government. Indeed, all visitors to the laboratory are thoroughly searched when they leave. Even if a thief managed to avoid being seen by myself or a colleague, getting the poison out would be very difficult. That's true. I pestered Professor Mikotoba until he agreed to show me the poison when I visited his laboratory. But as I left, I was searched from top to tail. Miss Brett rather bluntly revealed the existence of the toxin we'd been developing, you see. And since Soseki-san expressed such an interest in it, I felt unable to refuse. Obviously, I gave nothing away other than the fact that it was an extremely potent substance. I'm very ashamed of myself. It's just that I've had a singularly terrible experience with a deadly poison. I wanted to look my old enemy in the eye! Look my old enemy in the eye! Surely you can understand that! To find out if my suspicions were true, I confronted Miss Brett about the poison. I told her if there were to be an incident involving it somehow, it wouldn't just be the university. The military would be dragged into it, the whole government even. It would be a complete disaster. And how did Miss Brett respond to your concerns? She just curled those beautiful lips of hers and said she didn't know the first thing about it. In English, actually. Ah, yes. Mini Memo-san, one small question if you don't mind. I do mind. Can't you see I'm busy? Clearly you were outside the beach hut listening in whilst the defendant and Miss Brett were conversing. Presumably then, it was you who wrote this article about what you'd heard? Yeah, they're finally getting to this. Exclusive. Deadly poison stolen from Yume Medical Research Laboratory. The story was published in this morning's edition of Shoyu News. The details are too accurate for it to have been written by anyone else. Sorry, don't know what you're talking about. Yes, look at this. The entire article is almost what I sent to Miss Brett, word for word. Ah! Well, Mini Memo-san? As a journo and as a citizen of a free country, I don't have to reveal my sources. That's a founding principle of many memoism. Father's clearly right about this. That reporter did write that article, and he based it on what he overheard from outside the hut. So it was Giselle who stole the poison. Maybe she drank it herself in order to cause an incident, but also why? All right, let's So that's what it was all about. You were trying to cover up the fact that you were listening in. That's why you came up with that stinking story about me arguing with her. But what about the pen? Maybe they were conspiring because they had a conversation, an interview, and he still hasn't said a thing about it, about what exactly they said. That's why you came up with that stinking story about me arguing with her. Shut up! My stories never stink. Look, whatever you say, little girl, it doesn't alter the facts. Your Excellency, there is something I want to say, and I want it to go on record. Very well, you may amend your formal testimony. The point is, if you poisoned someone, there'd be no reason to get going and stab the person as well.
Hold it!
Perhaps you doubted the efficacy of the poison and sought to make sure your victim would die. That's horse dung. What? That would be like pouring pepper on Chinese ramen before you'd even tasted it. Completely reckless. Although, it might surprise you to learn that I am a bit of an impetuous pepper pourer as it happens. Once the victim had taken the poison, she would have been only minutes away from death. And yet, this man then proceeded to stab her in the back as well. There has to have been some good reason for that. If it was the reporter who gave the poison to Miss Brett, then clearly, he must have done it prior to Ray entering the hut. Yes, that's undeniable. But between him leaving the hut and the victim being stabbed, there was one very crucial change in the situation. Sorry, what change? The reporter overheard the conversation between Ray and the Englishwoman. Ah, yes, that's it. That's when Memi Memo-san first found out the exact nature of the poison he'd used. That could be the key here. Ah, let me take a look at that. The victim had unwittingly taken the poison already. The reporter would have no reason to stab her. On the face of it, that logic sounds entirely reasonable. But there's no question that this man was responsible for Miss Brett's murder. If we could think of a plausible explanation as to why he might have stabbed her even after the poisoning, I feel sure that everything would drop into place. That's what we should be looking for. Yes, I agree. And in order to do that, I must try to glean more information. Oh yes, I stabbed the Englishwoman. Wait a second. All right, let's go over exactly what she told him. Proof fatal in minutes. The university would have to be consulted to detect the poison. Okay, this is my theory. The pen, he couldn't get it back. It was in her hand. The pen is how the poison was delivered. But if it were to be tested with the chemicals by the university, it would be shown that this pen that can be traced back to himself had the poison on it, which would implicate him for murder. So he stabbed her so he could have something to pin on Ray. So he could get off scot-free, because if they tested this pen, then that would have implicated him. They would have found him out. That's my theory.
Alright, I'm gonna try this. Although they probably want me to object to this last one, right?
Objection!
Yeah, got it. Well, I can think of one reason. What? But before I explain, I'd like you to confirm something for the court. Did you glean all the information for this newspaper article from what you overheard outside the hut? Of course he did. There could be no question of that. After all, when we were all in the laboratory together, we were all told that it was a terrible toxin. And there is one more important fact to consider. According to the witness, Membani-san's verbal attack against the victim began as soon as she entered the hut. In other words, it would have been impossible for her to have slipped the poison into Miss Brett's drink.
Objection!
Where are you going with this, counsel? Memo-san has made it quite clear that he observed every single thing that happened in the beach hut. If the defendant had somehow found an opportunity, this man would have seen it. Which means that Miss Brett couldn't have imbibed the poison whilst the defendant was present. In fact, it must have been administered to her before Membani-san entered the hut. Yes, very articulately put. When I walked into the hut, I immediately started to press Miss Brett about the poison. At which point, Memo-san overheard some worrying information. Worrying information? Exactly! I think I'm right about my theory. What worrying information? The information which he subsequently included in his newspaper article, namely, that the poison was being developed in strict secrecy, and that it couldn't be readily obtained. Absolutely. In fact, that's quite an understatement. The only possible place it could come from is my lab. And furthermore, anyone afflicted by the poison would exhibit telltale signs of death. The extreme constriction of the pupils. Yes, it's quite stark when you see it. There are other poisons that show similar symptoms, but not among new substances that are undetectable. In other words, it would be clear that the victim's life had been ended by the use of this particular poison, which would reduce the number of suspects to only a handful of people. Everyone in my laboratory is aware of the unique properties of the toxin we've been developing. None of them would be foolish enough to attempt to use it for some nefarious deed. Membani-san being no exception. Therefore, we can conclude that whoever administered this unique poison to the victim was a layperson, unaware of its telltale properties. In other words, someone like you, Raiten Memo-san. Raiten Memo. It was you who stole the poison from the laboratory that day, and it was you who administered it to the unwitting victim. But you quickly realized that it was a terrible mistake, because the poison caused such unusual symptoms and was so traceable. As you listened in from the far side of the beach hut's thin walls, you learned of these facts. But you'd already given the victim the poison at that point. It was too late. So you hatched a plan to disguise your mistake. A plan that involved stabbing the victim in the back through the reed screen. But what good could that possibly do? Isn't it obvious, counsel? The plan was to kill Miss Brett before the poison could take effect. Oh. Well, there's that, and not so much the pinning it on Ray, but that was a good side effect, wasn't it? Once in the blood, the poison causes the onset of pupil constriction. But he had hoped to precipitate the victim's death before that happened, hadn't he? Exactly. Because without any revealing signs of the new secret poison's use, no one would have ever suspected. This is extraordinary. Yes, the effects of the poison meant it would be too easily identified, so the killer had to mask its use, which he attempted to do by plunging a knife into the middle of the victim's back. The argument presented is sound. The court is satisfied that it warrants consideration. Does the prosecution have a counter-argument it wishes to put forward? Well, there are a number of... yes, I counter completely.
Objection!
The prosecution's evasive response clearly shows that in much the same way as he nurtures the remnants of his top knot, he is clinging to lost hope. Lost hope? Hold it. Smack. Ah! You pathetic, useless, fallen samurai. Fallen? Who are you calling fallen? My burgeoning growth is on the rise. I don't need a counter argument. What are you talking about? It should be blatantly obvious. I stole the poison, you say. Gave it to the victim, you say. Stabbed her, you say. Lots of fine theories. But I don't need a counter argument because you don't have an argument yourself. Where's your evidence? Yes, you make it all sound so plausible, don't you? But without evidence, it means nothing. Whereas I base my news on facts. Facts? What do you mean? Explain yourself. I mean what the professor said earlier in this trial. It's all here in my many memos. Any word. Many memos, many memo. Oh no! Oh, that's what it is? In my many memos. Oh. Every slip of the tongue, all noted. That's what the Show You News is famous for. It's the power of the printed word. But surely it would be no easy task to steal a highly secret toxin being developed by the government. Indeed, all visitors to the laboratory are thoroughly searched when they leave. Even if a thief managed to avoid being seen by myself or a colleague, getting the poison out would be very difficult. I know exactly how you got it out, Many Memo. How's that then? Blown the story wide open? See, I write 10 Many Memo. I'm a reporter from the Show You News. Couldn't possibly have stolen that poison from the professor's laboratory. Ah! But there can't be any question of it. I know how he did it. I know how he did it. He must have stolen the poison that day. He stole it and used it to kill. And if that's the case, as you've identified, the poison itself is the definitive evidence we need. Because whoever stole it from the laboratory that day is the true culprit here. What's your point, you annoyingly handsome country bumpkin? I don't know if any of my mods are here. Okay. My point is this. There is one way that you, Many Memo-san, could have stolen the poison that day. I have heard enough verbal conjecture now, thank you. What the court must be shown is evidence. What proof do you have that this witness stole the poison on the day in question?
Take that!
The proof, Your Excellency, is this fountain pen. A fountain pen? How could that possibly be relevant?
These magical pens somehow seem to have enough ink to write many thousands of kanji characters. I believe they arrived in our country for the first time some 15 years ago now. Bah! I swear by a weasel hair calligraphy brush and nothing else. These newfangled pens are merely a fad. Well, as a forward-thinking man of words, obviously I love my fountain pen. Suck up a Susan of sumptuous ink in one words is awash in words of a blink of an eye. That's right. Fountain pens have a small reservoir in the barrel into which ink is sucked up through the nib of the pen in order to write with later. What is all this talk of sucking up ink? And just as it's possible to suck up ink into the reservoir, it's also possible to eject it through the nib again, of course. My word, can this really be? Well, Memo-san? When you saw the deadly poison before your eyes in the laboratory that day, you used your fountain pen, your very lifeblood, to steal some of it, didn't you? By siphoning the poison up through the nib and into the pen's reservoir. Gah!
Objection!
More absurdity! That never happened! True, we've heard that there were procedures in place to prevent thefts like this from the laboratory. But would anyone have thought to look inside a fountain pen of all places? No. I'm a little ashamed to say that for fear of offending our guests, such a detailed search would not have been conducted. Well, this is quite startling, I must say. I remind the court that this pen was found in the clutches of the victim when she died. In other words, it was dropped at the scene by Memo-san. Oh, you're sweating now, boy. So the crucial question is, when exactly was the pen dropped? Are you suggesting the natural conclusion is that in your haste to act whilst the victim was distracted for a moment, you dropped the pen after you emptied the poison into her glass?
Objection!
There could be any number of alternative explanations. For example, a witness could have been using his pen to write down details of his conversation with the victim. And when shocked by one of her outrageous answer, the pen fell from his quivering hand.
Objection!
No, that can't be. If it was, how do you explain why the pen was devoid of ink? What? As you can see for yourself if you examine the evidence, there would appear to be no ink present in the reservoir. What newspaper reporter goes to interview someone with nothing in his pen? No, the pen was dropped after the poison that filled its reservoir had been emptied into the victim's glass. Witness, what do you have to say in your defense? Wow! So this is how our modern justice system works, is it? So what if the ink in my pen runs dry? So what if my pencil snaps? Oh my god, so many. I can always claw my way back into the game. I have plenty in reserve. Ah! Oh, that's a little dangerous, my guy. You claim I sucked the poison up into my pen? That's wild speculation, nothing more. If you thought you could bring down a fine, upstanding citizen with a trick like that, think again. It looks as though it's going to take one final decisive blow to finish this matter. As I see it, the situation is now very simple. rests upon whether or not this witness did indeed steal the poison on the day in question. And therefore, it all depends on whether or not the defense can prove what he did with evidence. Ha! No such evidence could possibly exist.
Objection!
Many Memo-san, this is how our modern justice system works. What? In the courtroom, evidence is everything. Something you would do well to remember. Because we are all well past the point of speculation at this stage, I assure you. Damn, I just banned that guy and was reading at the same time. I am the master of multitasking. Very well then, I call upon the defense to present the aforementioned evidence. This is it then. This will be the final piece in the puzzle. Oh, did you delete the message? Thank you. Or was that me? I can't even tell anymore. This.
Take that!
Counsel, what is that bottle? This bottle contains the unique chemical reagent that can identify the poison in question. Ah! Yes, that poison is an entirely new synthesis of alkaloids developed by my colleagues and I. It would be impossible to detect traces of it by any other method. Or from another perspective. Simply with this chemical reagent, anybody at all could check for traces of the poison. A reagent? What? One drop of the contents of this bottle on the tip of your fountain pen, Memo-san, is all it will take to solve this case beyond all reasonable doubt. No, you can't. I won't. Your crimes are bad enough, but at least know when to admit defeat. Your Excellency, the defense requests permission to carry out the test on the fountain pen at once. Oh my god, here we go! This isn't my fault! The Empire drove me to this, holding its high as a civilized nation, but bowing to foreign powers, right? I took out our powers, the mighty pen, the household news, all name, justice, races, and the Yes! Susato, with me! Yes, let's go, I'm there! Hiya! Yes! Double takedown! Did I do it right? That was a Susato takedown, wasn't it? Not quite. That was a Ryutaro takedown. Yeah! All right! The instant the first drop of the reagent touched the nib of the fountain pen, it was clear to everyone present. When I saw it there in the lab, the poison, the devil got hold of me and I decided to do it on a whim. I excused myself and emptied all the ink down the sink in the bathroom, washing the reservoir out carefully. And when you waited for an opportunity to suck some up of the poison, and then you waited for the opportunity to suck up some of the poison, didn't you? Into your fountain pen. Yes, that's right. Answer me one thing, Memo-san. Why did you steal it? For what purpose? Isn't it obvious? To find out what it was made of and expose it in an article. I mean, it was a secret project after all. Too juicy for a journal like me to pass up. Then why did the Englishwoman end up dead?
I went into that hut intending to quiz her on her situation. That's all. As a reporter. A known killer. Enjoying full freedom. Evading justice by leaving the country. I told her what I thought about it. And she just laughed in my face! Oh, there they are. Oh, what's this? A Far Eastern caveman purporting to practice journalism. Really? You must learn the difference between reporting and listening at doorways, you ignorant plebeian. What did you call me? This country, with its pretensions to a justice system, to a free press, it's really very depressing. Depressing. You see our superior ways in the West, yet you lack the mental capacity to emulate them. Get out of here, you oaf. Get out and crawl back to the cave that you came from. That's when I remembered. About the deadly poison I happened to have in my pen at the time. She just pissed you off that much? What a terrible tale. In my head, I knew I should just get out of there as quickly as possible, but I couldn't. I couldn't let her get away with what she'd done when she clearly had no remorse at all. I suppose it was my journo spirit getting all fired up. Well, shit, now your life is over, buddy. I'd like to ask you something. Yes? You often talk about justice. But surely as a journalist, you could have used other means to deliver the justice you sought. There's no justice in the press. Sorry. After that trial 9 months ago, I kept digging and digging to find out what happened in that courtroom. And finally, I discovered the truth. It was a cover-up. That's what it was. I knew it! I knew it! Tell me! This is the kind of stuff I want to hear. A cover-up? What do you mean? I would remind you of your position, witness. Be careful of what you say. Well, his life is over anyway. Please talk. Oh, come on! Doesn't it strike you as strange? We're suddenly not allowed to convict a foreign national. Consular jurisdiction should never have come into it. And yet that puffed-up English one was gonna sail away into the sunset, a free woman. The only possible explanation is that behind the scenes, some deal had gone down between Britain and Japan. I totally agree and would love to hear more about this. What sort of deal? I'd done my research, dug up all the dirt. It was ready to be published. But you know what happened? The editor just tore the article up. He came under pressure from the government, you mean? If our government is going to let criminals walk free, if they're going to crush the free press, then what choice do I have but to see that justice is done myself? Let's not forget, Mini-Memo-san, that you committed murder yourself, and you tried to lay the blame at the defendant's door. I'm sorry, but you're no better than Giselle Brett. What? The truth is, you have no right to talk about justice at all. I suppose. Shit, dog. A deal! This is the juice I want! It would appear that we have reached a conclusion in this trial at last. Counsel for the defense. Ryutaro Naruhodo. Oh. Ah, yes. Ahem. Sorry, Your Excellency. Just musing in a manly way here.
It's almost unbelievable that this is your first experience of the Supreme Court. It was an excellent performance. In truth, it very much reminded me of your cousin's exploits. Oh, Naruhodo's Ryunosuke, you mean? The way he handled the trial 9 months ago and the way you handled this one gives me hope that we are genuinely entering a new era of justice in this land. That's very flattering, Your Excellency. Hearing the defense you put forward today made me feel most keenly that the future of our justice system will be forged by you and your contemporaries. Thank you. So, Prosecutor Ouchie, do you have any final thoughts? What the fuck? Oh no! Don't cut your finger off! Don't kill yourself! No! Don't kill yourself! I, Taketsuchi of the Ouchie clan, have been bested by a callow youth, not once now, but twice. Don't commit seppuku! No, don't do it! If there was any shred of my former self left, it has withered and died here today. Gosh! Your journey to cultural enlightenment sure took a while, didn't it? Silence! Don't commit seppuku rather than living on in shame. I will end it all now with this blade. For that is the future. For that is the true path to Ouchieism. Ouchieism? One hopes that's the only way in which he'll be modeling himself after the witness. Sprig of my top knot. The time. Oh! You're not committing seppuku, you're cutting off your hair. That's funny. Sprig of my top knot. The time is right for farewell. Hope is lost forever. Taketsuchi. Wait. Sprig of my top knot 5. The time is right for farewell 7. Hope is lost forever. Hope is lost forever. That's one syllable off, my guy. So gentle. There it goes. Oh, so beautiful. Oh my god, Susato praying. Oh my god. Oh my god, even Hosanaga's like bowing in reverence. Oh my god. Now, in regard to the defendant, Rei Membami-san. Yes, Your Excellency. I have reached my final verdict. I hereby find you not guilty. Yay! Hooray, hooray, hooray! Yeah, baby! Woo, 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 woo! Court is adjourned. Bonk. 13th August, 2:38 p.m., Supreme Court of Judicature. Defendants, Antechamber 3. It's over. You did it, Susato! My heart is still pounding in my chest, though. It's all I can do just to stay standing. Oh, Ryunosuke. Lawyers have such great responsibility, such a great burden to bear. All of his phoenix rightness is on the back of his hair. Don't they, Naruhodo-san? Susato! Susato! Thank you! Thank you so much! You were so dashing in there! Rei and Father. Honestly, I'm so touched by everything you've... Oh no, I think I'm gonna cry! It wasn't easy, but together we made it. I was on the verge of tears at the end too. The only reason I'm still here is because of you. Oh, her smile is so sweet. Oh no, I can't take all the credit. It took courage to tell the truth in there. You did wonderfully, Ray. So I would have to say that the congratulations belong to you. Susato, don't be so standoffish. Sorry. We're friends, equals, and the trial's over, so no more of this formal super humility nonsense. It's time to celebrate with swagger. Throw caution to the wind. Caution to the what? I'm the great defense lawyer Ryutaro Naruhodo, and I'm taking you out to a milk bar tomorrow. Or something. Right, I see. So you want me to take you out on a date. All right. I'll think about it, Ray. She says she wanted you two to go on a date. At any rate, we really knocked the wind out of that horrid man, and it felt so good. Yes, it was satisfying. It really was. Isn't there anyone else who could Isn't there anybody else we could throw together? Oh yeah, break your father's back. Let's go. I hope you're not looking at me, Ray. Oh my goodness. No, of course not. Of course not. Ah, there it is at last. Ray's lovely smile. Yes, it is a lovely smile, isn't it? You fought for your friend to the very last. As your father, I'm extremely proud of you. Defense attorney Ryutaro Naruhodo. Thank you, but I couldn't have done it without your help. Anyway, it's time to bid farewell to Ryutaro, I think. I shall miss him in a way, but it's back to Susato Mikotoba now. So, I'll never see him again then. What a terrible shame. What? Oh, they didn't know this whole time. What is happening? Ah, Soseki-san and Inspector Hosonaga. I do hope you've been keeping well. Is that really you? Yes, I had to change my appearance for, well, obvious reasons, I hope, but it's me, Susato Mikotoba. Don't. So dashing, so divine. No! Doubly dashing, yes, and devilishly divine. Just look at you. I had no idea, Miss Susato-san Esquire, that you were locum student Naruhodo-san Esquire's cousin. Astonishingly astounding ace attorney! Ace attorney, they said the thing. Poor Soseki-san, so confused. I still remember the first time I ever met him. He was in a prison cell in London. What an extraordinary conundrum it was that the unwitting student from Japan found himself embroiled in. But after Naruhodo-san's skillful defense at the Old Bailey, Soseki-san was free to return to Japan. And now he seems to have earned himself great fame as an author. I'm stunned! That's a truly impressive disguise. Yeah, much more impressive than any of yours, huh? Even I had no idea, and I'm Chief Inspector of the Police Bureau, who came up with Mr. Turtle, no less. I love Mr. Turtle. I want one. I'm not sure you should be admitting to that, Inspector. Amazing. You're a woman of many faces, I see. Just two, really. And this was a once-in-a-lifetime event, I hope. Oh, I'm not a patch on you, though, Inspector. Well, I am a professional, of course. I do worry about Inspector Hosonaga sometimes, I really do. 9 months ago, when he appeared here at the Supreme Court to testify, he was undercover, disguised as the head waiter of a restaurant. And then on the steamship to Great Britain, of course, disguised as a sailor to keep us safe on the journey. And also he got the shit beat out of him. Though that didn't help you, did it, Kazuma-sama? Oh, yeah, and it didn't help Giselle Brett either. From my perspective, I have to admit that I have mixed feelings about all this. I mean, now the truth has been lost forever. What do you mean?
I'm talking about the murder that the Englishwoman committed at the end of last year. Ah, yes, it was an English doctor she killed, as I understand it. Dr. John H. Wilson, yes. The man I invited to Japan personally. So yeah, Eugene Mikotaba, it's your fault that Iris grew up without her dad. Thanks a lot. The mystery is, why did she kill him? And now that the culprit herself is dead, we'll probably never know the answer. Damn, yeah, I want to know. On the voyage to Great Britain, we had a most unexpected encounter with Mr. Herlock Sholmes, the great detective, I mean. Yes, I remember Mr. Sholmes well, of course. Ah, my arch nemesis. How lightly you utter his name. Well, according to the stories published about him in the Adventures of Herlock Sholmes, the detective once had a partner who helped him solve crimes. A best friend. And that man was an exceptional doctor of medicine by the name of John H. Wilson. What? Dr. Wilson? I just can't believe it's a coincidence. I think that the English doctor of medicine killed here in Japan 9 months ago must have been the friend and partner of Mr. Sholmes. Yeah, what do you know, Dad? And if that's really true, then the poor girl won't ever see her beloved father again. As you know, I traveled to Great Britain once myself to study. It was around the time you were born. Yes, grandmother told me about it. On returning to Japan, I took up my professorship at the Imperial Yume University. But I also serve another role as an advisor to the government on diplomatic affairs. Yes, I was aware of that as well. In that case, I'm sure you understand that there are some confidential matters I cannot divulge to you. My own daughter. Could you just tell me one thing? Why did you summon me back to Japan? Right, apparently you weren't sick. You seem fine. It's been 2 months now since I returned. When I left England, it was because of an urgent telegram had arrived from Japan. It said that you'd collapsed with a high fever, and you were growing weaker by the day. What? Where did that news come from? That's what I'd like to know, because after that long sea voyage, I found you in fine health, Father. Was there something in Great Britain that you perceived might inconvenience me in some way, or harm me? That's really the only explanation I can think of. Dear me. Do you reserve your most cutting glares for your father, Susato? Yes, I think you're deserving it right now. I'm sorry, my dear. I simply can't— Ah! Let me go! Menimamo-san! So, one throw wasn't enough for you. I've got one last thing to say before they take me away, Professor! Me? I know the truth. I know you had a hand in what went on. In that visiting student's fate. Visiting student? Josiah Brett, you mean? No, not her. The student of law who left for Great Britain 8 months ago. You don't mean Kazuma? But he was Kazuma's mentor. What? Student of law? He must mean Kazuma-sama. What are you talking about? What does any of this have to do with Kazuma-sama? Nobody here in Japan knows anything about it. They don't know the guy who never made it to England, that he died on that steamship, and that he'll never— Oh, shit. The judge? The judge? Susato takedowned him. But I wanted to hear what he was just saying at the end there. Ah! Well, I didn't expect to find him in here. What were you officers playing at? Terribly sorry, Your Excellency. Your Excellency, what are you hiding from us? What about Kazuma? I was coming to tell you that the rickshaw has arrived, Eugene. And it's a good job I came by. Yes, thank you for dealing with him. And I'll be there shortly. Oh, Your Excellency. The trial's over. I'm not Your Excellency anymore. Merely your father's friend, Seishiro Jigoku. Wait. I knew you must have been Hell. That Hell guy. They were talking about last time. You're the head honcho here. You're not just the judge. You're the head guy of law over here. That's what Discount Gant was talking about. You're in on this. You're in on everything. What the fuck is going on here? Of course his name is Hell, because he looks like the king of hell, right? Oh my god. And may I say that since I saw you last, you seem to have taken on a more dashing appearance. Susato. Did you know all along? From the start of the trial? A judge sees everything, Susato. I couldn't let you take the risk. If Seishiro here hadn't known, and then he'd recognized you. So I had a word in his ear beforehand, as an old friend. So, Seishiro, shall we? Yes, having ruled on that case, now we have various diplomatic issues to address. What's going on with you two? What are you hiding? Before you go, father! Sorry, my dear. We shall have to return to our earlier conversation at a later date. But well done again, both of you. You did admirably. No! Oh, thank you very much. Wait right there. Wait right there, sir. Both of you, sirs. Wait right there. What did you think of my Seishiro sling, eh? It's been a while since I sent a man flying like that. Why I oughta... You guys! Whatever could father be hiding from me? About Giselle Brett? About Dr. Wilson? And now it seems, according to reporter, about Kazuma-sama. Well, I guess it's up to you if you want to go back, huh, Susato? I'm going to have to bring this up with father sometime, when nobody else is around. Judicial Assistant Mikoto-san Esquires, could I have a word? Oh, yes, of course, Soseki-san. What is it? I think perhaps it could be fate that we're meeting again like this now. You see... There's something I need to tell you. Oh? I believe that it may be related to the reasoning why your father summoned you back from England. Oh, this I have to hear. Please, Soseki-san, tell me at once. I will! As you know, my time in England was terrible. Cursed, I have no doubt. Such awful things I was embroiled in. Thank goodness locum student Naruhodo-san Esquire stepped in. After he secured my freedom, I couldn't wait to get on a ship back here to my homeland. Having arrived in Japan, I submitted a report about my experiences to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The next thing I knew, I had a visitor. It was your father, Professor Mikotoba. He wanted to ask me all sorts of things about my report. My father? He seemed to be especially taken with a particular part of the report. Anyway, he left eventually, having thoroughly quizzed me. But it was the very next day that he sent the telegram to you asking you to return to Japan. Really? So that's why there was a couple of month delay before the telegram. Oh, because that was the amount of time it took Soseki to come back. Fascinating. What was it then? The particular part my father was interested in? I don't really know exactly. Oh, come on. But do you remember them? Those two terrible cases I was caught up in? Of course, I could never forget.
Your father seemed to concern himself mainly with the second case. The second one, you mean the one Mr. Sholmes forbade any of us to talk about in public? Hold on. Hold on a diddly darn minute. Which is why the only case involving you that any member of the public is aware of is the first. Yeah, wait a second. I was like, was I misremembering him being caught up in something else? Did this thing totally happen that I didn't, what? Wait, what? Well, I don't care. I don't have to listen to what that dastardly detective says. Anyway, the point is, it seems that case somehow holds the key to all these curious unanswered questions. That horrific, hideous, heinous case. The case of the haunted lodgings. Wait, what? What? There's a whole case that was just skipped over last time that we didn't know about? No! Yes, Natsume Soseki can never catch a break. That case somehow caused my father to summon me urgently back to Japan. I thought that whole business was over, but it seems I was wrong. Perhaps that was only the start. Perhaps the story is not yet told. Yeah, I don't think I heard about the second Natsume Soseki case. To my knowledge, is that what's going to be the second case? Oh, here we go again. We're going back to Kazuma's grave.
The mystery of that English woman's death is solved, thank goodness. And having stood in the Supreme Court now, I think I can comprehend a little better. How you must be feeling as you fight for people's freedom in a foreign land, Naruhodo-san. But actually, I'm writing to you today because of another matter. I met Soseki-san and we talked about that second case he was involved in. Father has said nothing to me, but I feel certain of it. That case holds the key to some great unsolved mystery. My notes on the case should still be in the office, tucked away at the back of the shelves on the left. Perhaps you might like to look over them again. Today, for the first time this year, it feels as though summer has arrived. The sky is a brilliant blue. It makes me long to see you again. Yours, Susato.
Well, I don't seem to recall a second incident. Are we gonna freaking... Is that the second case? Memoirs of the Clouded Kokoro. Yep, that's sure what it is. And what's that? That's, Oh! Oh! Was Ryunosuke not in charge? I guess that's clearly Sholmes right there. Yes, I love him. But I wonder if I should, Oh, look at that, so cute. I wonder if I should, Oh, the Crystal Tower is finally gonna happen. I wonder if I should save this for next time, because last time I did the first episode in one stream, the second episode in another stream. Oh, the art for the final case. All right, I'll peek ahead because it can't be that spoilery, right? The exhibition's finally gonna happen. The Great Departed Soul, Twisted Karma, and his last bow, and oh my god, it is menacing. Ah! This is gonna like raise the hairs on the back of my spine. Hello? Shit. Oh, and this whole name of this whole case is Resolve. This whole game is Resolve. Ooh. Oh baby. Okay.
There we go. Yeah, Ned was right. On the left are forget-me-nots, and on the right are Sakura. So that was remember me. Her flowers are forget-me-nots. Well, yeah, isn't that cute? Well, I will continue here. But there were a few episodes from the first game I didn't quite get to finish. Let's see. I'll continue on some of these until I want to leave. Let's see. I can see exactly which ones I did. So I did these 4. All right, let's look up this one. At Naruhodo's legal consultancy. So we're oh yeah, the concept art is also really cool. I did go through a lot of that for the first game. So we're rewinding back to the first game. An escapade in Naruhodo's legal consultancy, where Susato appears to be rather irritated because it seems Ryunosuke has been buying a little too much bric-a-brac, and now the whole place is brimming with things they don't need. And his latest purchase has really rocked the boat with Iris and Susato. Uh-oh. March, 2:40 p.m. Naruhodo's legal consultancy. Hello? I'm back. I'm back. Oh my god, Ryunosuke's back. Oh, hello, Mr. Naruhodo. Did you have a good outing? Hi, Runo. What's the matter? Your eyes are as big as dinner plates. Iris, I wasn't expecting to see you here. I just made some tea, Mr. Naruhodo. Would you like a cup? A cup or two, yes! Definite tea! Wow. All right, Runo, what's going on? You're acting extremely strangely. What? Me? No, not at all. I'm as normal can be. Normalities itself. See? Not again, Mr. Naruhodo. Sorry? Not what again? What did you mean, Susie? Whenever he goes out on his own lately, he always seems to come back with a peculiar new purchase. Peculiar? Peculiar? What's peculiar about the things I bought? You seem to think that anything British is a curio you simply must have. You keep buying items of bric-a-brac even though you don't know what they are. Well, there are rather a lot of bric-a-brac shops and pawnbrokeries and the like around here. It's when I've been to Lord Strongheart's to give my weekly report, I'm always so nervous beforehand. On the way home, I just find myself in those shops and... Yes, all right, I can't deny it. I bought something. You're right, you can't deny it because your eyes are wider than ever. You really ought to put up a warning sign about them. They're bigger than some potholes around here. It's hard to resist things in the bric-a-brac shop. It's also cheap. Mr. Sholmes has given me lots of useful advice about how to pick out the real bargains, so that's all Sholmes' fault, I take it. You must remember, Runo, that Hurley likes to have fun with you. Take his advice with a big pinch of salt. Well, that's true. The thing he told me was a pot stand wasn't a pot stand at all. But I'd never have guessed it was a collapsible top hat. Oh, no, and I'd never have guessed that you could fill up this once empty room so quickly. Honestly, it's overflowing with things we don't need now. I mean, look at those scales. Not once have you weighed something on them. Yeah, but it looks like Allah, like, you know? I know, but ever since I first stood at the defense's bench in court, I don't know why, but I just really wanted my own little set of scales. Let's see it then, Mr. Naruhodo. What have you come home with today? Oh, well, it's, one of these.
What is it? It looks all dry and shriveled up in a ball. Really, Mr. Naruhodo? What is it? It's a sea anemone. An anemone? Yes, I mean, I know it doesn't look like it at the moment. It's all shriveled up, like you said. Aren't sea anemones living creatures? The ones that dance about on the seabed? Yes, exactly. The ones that dance about on the seabed. Oh, they sell sea anemones in bric-a-brac shops here in Britain? I don't know whether they normally do or not, but I do know that I bought one today. But why, Runo? Well, yes, for the aquarium, of course. Aquarium? I don't know that word. Is this how they get the aquarium? This is the word for how they get the aquarium. Well, according to the shopkeeper, keeping sea creatures in tanks was hugely popular here in London before. So this is the aquarium origin story. I've wanted to know about this. Oh yes, some people have beautiful fish in seawater tanks, it's true. Having an aquarium became popular because the old glass tax was abolished. Interesting, I had no idea. There it is again, rearing its ugly head, the subject of taxation. It was a real craze for a while. Everyone in London had one. For a while? Yes, it didn't last long. People's enthusiasm soon waned. It's just far too much work to be changing the seawater regularly in a city like London. Never a truer word said, I'm sure. You'd think people might have realized that from the start, really, wouldn't you? Anyway, that was long before I was born. So now everyone jokes that there's an unloved aquarium covered in dust in every attic in the capital. And it's true! There's one in this attic too! When I told the man in the bric-a-brac shop about it, he had these words of wisdom. That's why this is the age of the sea anemone, and that made a lot of sense to me. It made sense to you, did it? But Runo, this anemone is completely dried up. You just need to soak it in water overnight and it'll be good as new. That's what the man said. Not sure that it works in the same way as dried wakame seaweed, Mr. Naruhodo. Once I've saved some money, I'm gonna buy some prawns to keep this little fellow company. Oh, how exciting! Your office will be teeming with life. Will it really? Britain is a funny country, though. I mean, a sea anemone craze? Well, they say people in glass houses about comments like that here, Mr. Naruhodo. Don't forget that there was a very curious rabbit craze in our own country not so very long ago. A mortifying chapter that people will try to erase from the history books 100 years from now, I'm sure. Yeah, because I didn't hear about it before this. You know, there was another craze as well before the aquarium one. Have you heard of Wardian cases? Edwardian? Wardy what? No, I've definitely never heard of them. They were little glazed cases for growing plants indoors, I believe. Oh, like terrariums? Oh, I see, for plant lovers to raise their favorite tropical plants. Oh, like mini greenhouses. That's right, like different types of ferns. Ferns? Do you mean those rather dull plants with lots of fronds for leaves? They're not dull at all! Ferns are lovely plants. I think people wanted to recreate the exotic foliage of the tropics in their own homes. So they grew ferns? I mean, ferns, sea anemones, Londoners certainly have a knack for the obscure. Well, thinking about it, my grandfather loved the moss on his bonsai. He looked after it better than the trees. It seems like the more obscure something is, the more it interests people. Maybe. Anyway, the Wardian case craze didn't last very long. Now, most of those little glass pieces are just gathering dust, I think. But haven't I seen one in your room, Iris? Oh, very observant of you, Susie. Ooh, I'll have to take a look next time. Yes, that's right. Mine's certainly not gathering dust. I grow tropical herbs in it. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, I really must ask you to stop all this frivolous buying of strange things. Yes, all right. Sorry. It's
it's just that, well, think about Mr. Sholmes's room. He has all sorts of peculiar trinkets lying around. Oh, well, yes, that's true, and they seem to be growing in number. Recently, I've noted a blowpipe, a few beryl crystals set in a twisted piece of gold, a gold-rimmed pince-nez. I spotted a small gramophone record in there the other day, so I slipped it onto the gramophone, but it was just a whispering voice saying, "No Burry," and nothing more. Wait, is this like, nobody, nobody? What could it possibly be about? Those are all mementos of cases that Hurley solved over the years. Oh, they're all Sherlock Holmes references. See, I gotta read the novel now. Exactly, that's what I want to create in here, just that sort of atmosphere. Ah, a room full of meaningful trinkets, each with their own unique history, you mean? Yes, that! I knew you'd understand, Mr. Sato. But, Mr. Naruhodo, none of the things you've bought for the room have any connection with our cases. Oh, don't they? Well, for example, take that splendid, but rather weather-beaten top hat. That wasn't used as evidence in any of the cases we've worked on, was it? Oh, so you have two top hats if you count the collapsible one as well? No, the collapsible one is a pot stand, as far as I'm concerned anyway. But the other day when we were in court, they were everywhere, weren't they? Yeah, the top hats, they're everywhere. All over the place, top hats, I mean. Well, here in Britain, of course, they're the mark of a true gentleman, so that's hardly surprising. If a man isn't wearing a top hat when he ventures out of doors, he'll be looked down upon. Gosh, it has very strict rules, doesn't it? The English Gentleman's Code. I've been wondering how I'd look in a top hat recently. After all, my university uniform is black as well, so I think it'd be very in keeping. Oh, what a good idea! Go on then, Runo, try it on. Uh-oh. They hate it. Oh, great. Oh, great. The lesson here, I suppose, is that the juxtaposition of student and gentleman is just so strange and wrong. Well, I'd rather it didn't suit me anyway. I mean, these hats are ridiculous. I'd be willing to bet every foreigner who sees one of these for the first time thinks exactly the same thing. Why is that man wearing a chimney on his head? People in glass houses, remember, Runo? What do you mean? Well, what about Japanese chonmage top knots? Those haircuts are the height of ridiculousness. Oh, somewhere Ouchie just felt another stab to his dignity. True. At least you can take a hat off. Once you have a chonmage, it's chon your head for good. I'd be willing to bet every foreigner who sees a chonmage for the first time thinks exactly the same thing. Why is that man wearing a cannon on his head? I suppose that's what it means to have different cultures, isn't it? Oh my god. Why is he bald? On the subject of hats, the one Mr. Sholmes always wears is really very strange, don't you think? I beg your pardon, Mr. Naruhodo? What a thing to say! That hat is the very essence of Mr. Sholmes. Yes, without his deer stalker, the great detective would be unrecognizable. It's called a deer stalker? That's a surprisingly swanky name. It's the hat of a hunter, just like the flat cap. I made up my mind long ago to visit Regent Street and buy one for myself. Now, talk about trinkets you don't need. I'm not sure it's going to fit over your hair. Well, I think it's perfect for a great detective who stalks his criminal quarry. What do you think is strange about it anyway? Well, you've seen it. It has two brims, one at the front and one at the back. Why do you need two brims on a hat? Surely one at the front is enough, no? One moment, please.
She's like Googling deer stalkers. If you ask me, it's just Mr. Sholmes' madcap personality coming through. I bet it's so that he doesn't have to think about which way around to put it on or something like that. Mr. Sholmes does not have a madcap personality. He always has a clear head. Wow, that's quite an assertion. Deer stalkers were made for hunters who had to hide in thickets when they were stalking their prey. The brim at the back was designed to stop the stalks of plants from scratching the backs of their necks. I had no idea. This game is so educational. Oh, so that's the reason. Thank you, Iris, for educating us. Mr. Sholmes doesn't spend a lot of time in thickets, though, does he? Well, no, that's true. I'm telling you, it's just his impetuous personality. That's my theory, and I'm sticking to it firmly. Ah! Here you all are. Oh, good afternoon, Mr. Sholmes. I've not long since made some tea, Mr. Sholmes. Would you like a cup? I see I've come at a good time, Mrs. Sato. Thank you. Now, I have something I should like you all to see. I've designed myself a brand new Great Detective's hat. What the? There's a brim at the front and at the back. And at both sides. 4 brims in total. Holy crap. Your observation is quite correct, my dear madam. I'm a busy man, you see. But with this hat, whichever way I put it on, I shall always have it pointing the correct way. Oh my god. Oh, it's gotta look so ugly. With my previous hat, I could, in an impetuous moment, wear it erroneously with the brims on either side. Oh god. That's impressively clumsy, I would say. And I must regretfully say, I think your madcap theory was correct after all. But really, Mr. Sholmes, with brims on all 4 sides like that, wouldn't it just be better to wear a top hat instead? Oh yes, then however you put it on, you'd have a brim all around. What? So true, so true. How could I have been so blinkered to this fact until now? Well, fortunately, I happen to have 2 top hats here. If you just lift the pot off it, you're welcome to try that one there. Indeed I shall, my good fellow. Much obliged. Oh, I want to see it with him on it. Oh dear Hurley, it looks terrible! More terrible than I could have possibly imagined. Oh, that's not good. Maybe it's because of your long face paired with the tall hat. It just doesn't work. Oh my god, I need to see fan art of this because they're not going to show us because they didn't make a sprite specially for this, like, side story. Well, I think it's very nice, Mr. Sholmes, even if it will have the whole world in fits of laughter. Ah! I should have never meddled with it. Give me a deer stalker forevermore. And give me my Regulation University hat forevermore. There's still hope that you'll graduate one day, Mr. Naruhodo. Don't give up. Oh god, brutal, totally brutal. Oh my goodness. Should I do one more? Let's see. Oh, yeah, let's do this because we're gonna see about Natsume and Herlock Sholmes tomorrow anyway. So yeah, let's do this in Mr. Natsume's room. In this escapade in Mr. Natsume's room, it's revealed that the Japanese scholar was once a teacher of English. He has much to say on the cultural differences between Japan and Britain, as well as on sentimentality, Shakespeare, and cycling. Hell yeah, let's go! February, 6:09 p.m., Mr. Natsume's room. So, Mr. Natsume, are you really returning home to Japan? Yes, indeed I am. Everything is arranged already. We'll be sad to see you go. And after Runo worked so hard to prove your innocence as well. What a shame. Feels like it was all wasted effort. Don't
Don't say that! I know what you're suggesting. Now calm down, Mr. Natsume. It's all fine, really. You are in good company here, sir. If you fear the Reaper, you needn't hide the fact. There he is. I am a proud citizen of the Empire of Japan. I'm not a scaredy cat! Talking of cats, Mr. Sholmes just casually threw one among the pigeons there. A man like me belongs in Japan, not here. That's what I've come to realize. I wonder. A mustache such of yours is eminently suited to London, I would say. There goes Mr. Sholmes throwing another cat in. The moment I arrived in the city, I noticed everyone in London laughs at me behind my back, like hyenas! Hysterical hyenas, ha-haing horribly! I'm sure that's not true, Mr. Natsume. Oh, but it is. Whenever I turn around and peer down the fog-filled streets, all I see is foreigners everywhere. Well, there is you, Bruno, and Susie in here, so that's 3 foreigners out of 5 people. I take your point. Oh, ha 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 ha. Only the other day, I was taking a stroll through the fog as usual when a young man approached me from ahead. He was pale and gaunt, his back arched like a cat. Observing his wretchedness moved me so deeply. I thought to myself, I'm not the only one suffering in this hell. But do you know what? Can you imagine? It was just my own reflection in a shop window. I was about to say, this sounds familiar. A stunning, stinging, stupefying surprise! Don't forget, slap in the face. Everyone started laughing at me. Gentlemen thereabouts, ladies passing by, even the man in the shop window. Ah, yes, and a certain great detective would like to be included among the mirthful. What, you were there laughing at him? Ah! Mr. Sholmes is really going for Soseki-san today. Well, I for one think you're a very handsome man, Mr. Natsume. There, did you hear that? This 10-year-old girl thinks you're handsome. Isn't that wonderful? That makes me feel suspiciously warm inside. He looks genuinely delighted. The point is, we Japanese are humble and modest. Studying on foreign soil, surrounded by foreign people, how could anyone possibly enjoy that? No one could! It's impossible! If you're a genuine Japanese. If you say so. Actually, it would appear that there is someone. A Japanese man who studied in a foreign country and seems to have thrived on the experience. There is? Oops, I would like to know. Mr. Ogai Mori. I believe he studied in Germany. Sounds familiar. Mr. Mori? Pray, tell us more of the fellow. Well, today, he's a very successful author in Japan. Oh, I've heard of him. He's the professor who wrote My Hime, isn't he? Hold on a second. I'm just like, no, it can't be the anime. I'm Googling this guy furiously. Oh, somebody's made like an anime man out of Ogai Mori for Bungo Stray Dogs, so he must be a famous author. Holy shit, he really did write a book called My Hime. But it's like Dancing Girl, so that ecchi anime was ripping off of this book title the entire time. Holy shit. Yeah, Mori Ogai. He's born 1862, died 1922, and he wrote The Wild Geese and My Hime. Huh. All right. My Hime?
I suppose in English the title would be Dancing Queen, maybe? Princess, Dancing Princess. Oh, I see. A tale of a woman who waltzed her way through the world, perhaps? You really needn't make up a silly translation, you know. It's already officially called The Dancing Girl in English. It seems Mr. Mori greatly enjoyed his time in Germany. He became close with a local lady while he was there. Close, you say? With a local lady? A compatriot's criminally contradictory conduct? Well, I suppose your experience of studying abroad depends on a large extent on your character. Oh, as they say, many minds! Mr. Mori has an open mind. Mr. Natsume, a closed one. Possibly a slightly black and white view, do you think, Mr. Sholmes? Well, anyway, if that's how you feel about being abroad, why did you choose to study here? Wasn't it to further our nation's understanding of the English language or something? Yes, that's right. So what were you doing in Japan before you came to Great Britain then? I was a school teacher of English, of course. A bit cursory, perhaps, but I managed to discover some information about Mr. Natsume's teaching days. That's just a little outside the field of law, isn't it, Mrs. Sato? Well, let me pose you a question, Mr. Naruhodo. If you had to translate the English phrase, I love you, into Japanese, what would it become? That's easy, aishiteiru, or suki desu. Wrong! According to Mr. Natsume's teachings, at least. What? Would you like to explain, Mr. Natsume? Yes, of course. Your research was very thorough. I always used to tell my students that we Japanese don't express ourselves that way. Rather, we might say... Tsuki ga kirei desu ne. My dear Mr. Natsume, I must interject. Tsuki ga kirei desu ne would translate as... The moon is beautiful, isn't it? Oh, well, you know some Japanese, don't you, Mr. Sholmes? I know that! The point is that we Japanese are reticent when it comes to expressing our emotions. We prefer to show our feelings of adoration, our ski, by appreciating the beauty of the moon, the ski. Ah, using that ski to express ski. It's an amusing play on words, I see. No! Or in language you might understand better, bad Sholmes! It's not a play on words, it's subtle, it's humble, it's fleeting and beautiful, it's art! Isn't it just being shy? Ah. My dear fellow, the foreign dancing girl will forever be out of your reach with such an attitude. Oh, this is... Imagine how the great Mr. Mori would act. He would win the lady's heart in a flash with a well-placed and unrestrained I love you. Ah! That smooth Mr. Mori, am I destined to live in his shadow forever? Just what sort of man is he in that imagination of yours? The fact is, I just can't settle in this foggy London town with all its foreign inhabitants. I've lost count of the number of different lodgings I tried before I found myself here. As it happens, I even lived on Baker Street at one time. No, really? A Sao scholar lives near there, a man by the name of William James Craig. His knowledge of Sao is unsurpassed. He's been a great inspiration to me over the... Forgive the interruption, but am I supposed to be familiar with the Sao of which you speak? It's Shakespeare, of course. Shakespeare! But in Japanese, we write it as Sa and O. It's a phonetic representation using kanji characters, so England is Igirisu and America is America. Come to think of it, we use the same character ri as in the word risu in another. Talk about confusing. So Shakespeare is Sao in Japanese? Presumably the Sa is a burial attempt at the first Shah, in which case, where's the spear? cliche and where's the Kaspir? I never thought of that. We only have the O left. Which could, even in the most charitable interpretation, only be a burial attempt at old man.
Seems to me that whoever had the job of deciding on the characters for his name got bored very early on.
Complete kanji character catastrophe! I actually didn't know this. So then, on to the burning question. What about me? How do you write my name? Sorry? Herlock Sholmes, my dear fellow. There must be Japanese characters for my name. Oh dear, I am sorry, Mr. Sholmes, but none exist that I'm aware of. What? Am I really nothing to you, Japanese? In that case, it's a matter of paramount importance. We must construct my name in kanji at once. I love this guy. Oh, well, we could use a kanji that's pronounced so to start with, and then use one more to give, so, perhaps? I think that would be about right, Mr. Sholmes. But that's almost the same as Sao, isn't it? Yes, you employed the dreaded O. I don't want people to confuse me with an old man who died centuries ago. I'm sure the world's greatest literary figure would rather not be confused with you either. Well, the world's greatest detective is still youthful and full of vigor, so how about so handsome? Oh yes, that sounds wonderful. I'm sure everyone will be calling you that 100 years from now. Oh god, they predicted the super hulocks of Tumblr. How can she say that with a straight face?
What about me then? Iris. Perhaps Aihime, since the second character doesn't seem to matter.
Aihime? Oh yes, Princess of Love. That's an adorable name for you, Iris. Stop, please, with a name like that. Mr. Mori is likely to turn up at any moment and rashly declare I love you. This Mori-san has become quite a character in Soseki-san's mind. And you, Mr. Naruhodo? Might I venture Kurobozu as a fitting name for you, as in the Dark Monk?
Oh, that's very good. It describes you perfectly, Bruno.
So you think I'll be wearing this black varsity uniform for the rest of my days, do you? But Mr. Naruhodo already has a Japanese name. I don't believe he needs another.
Well, anyway, we were talking about your life here in London, weren't we, Mr. Natsume? You should just get out and have fun.
The landlady has said as much to me too, Mrs. Garadeb? But it wasn't fun at all. It was frightful.
Whatever do you mean?
A cycle incident? An incident? On a bicycle? Oh yes, come to think of it. Right, that bicycle. With the crushed tire, yeah. Wheel. There's an old bicycle parked just outside, isn't there? It's in a sorry state, though. I tried to say no to her, but she insisted I took it for a ride. Perhaps my pronunciation was wrong. But I took my life in my hands and attempted to ride the steel spiderweb stallion to a nearby park. I really don't think there's anything wrong with your pronunciation, Mr. Natsume. Joan Garadeb just isn't the kind of woman to take no for an answer. If you're going to die, you might as well die in beautiful surroundings. So the park was my first thought. Why is Soseki so relatable? After a whole day of dicing with death, I emerged with only relatively minor bruises. So you got the knack of it? Don't be silly. Dying isn't something you can learn to do. Me when I was learning to drive. Mr. Natsume, you keep talking about dicing with death and dying and so forth, but riding a bicycle is supposed to be fun. Oh no, that's just what people tell you, but it's an old wives' tale. Oh my god, Soseki's so relatable. I never have fun riding a bike, no matter how many people tell me it's supposed to be fun. Is it?
I mean, just consider the real name of the vehicle. It's not called a dicycle for nothing. How everybody expects to use such an aptly named vehicle to move forwards is beyond me! Pedal, power, promises pain! I didn't think it was possible to get worse with practice. I'm lucky to be alive! Although, I must say, after looking death in the eye for a whole week, I did at least manage to mount the steed reliably. And notwithstanding a few wobbles, I found I could make progress in the forward direction. What a triumph. Deduction is much the same. When first presented with a problem, the mental exertion of trying to solve it leads only to bitter disappointment. But after a week of picking one's way carefully along the path of reasoning and thought, one begins to see results. So, is that why all of your off-the-cuff deductions always seem half-baked? What a wonderful insight into your extraordinary mind, Mr. Sholmes. Unfortunately, after wobbling down the street, I noticed there were little stones everywhere. Death traps. I love this. Not that way, I said to myself. But the wild vehicle wouldn't listen. It wobbled me on and on down the street. So of course, I hit one of those deadly stones and the crazy colt threw me. It's just my luck. Dicycles are the epitome of my pitiful life. I wish I could disagree.
On the same subject, I'm sure there's a famous American author who's written about having a similar experience.
Oh yes, I've read that essay too, Iris. Some of us are better read than others. Well, no more dicycles for me. Oh, Mr. Natsume, at least you have an interesting anecdote to take with you back to Japan, if nothing else. You always manage to put a positive spin on things, don't you, Mrs. Sato? Personally, I haven't mounted a bicycle for some time.
No, me neither.
That's good. So how about a jaunt? We shall all ride out together. Huh? That sounds great. I'll perch behind Mrs. Sato. Oh, that's adorable. But the sun is going down. It'll be pitch black before long.
London street lamps are very bright, you know, and the fog isn't too thick today.
And my beloved ride is all bent out of shape. Beloved? So you do like it. My dear fellow, if you are bound to topple the vehicle anyway, it's fitting that it is already bent out of shape. Oh my god.
It's settled then. Come along, Mr. Natsume, shall we go?
Ski ga kirei desu ne. Don't tell me that's his translation of no thank you as well. The moon is beautiful, isn't it? Oh no, how about no thank you? Indeed, Mr. Natsume, the moon is at its most beautiful at precisely this time in the evening. Oh.
We're not Japanese. You can't beat around the bush with us.
What a weird, wonderful world! That was cool. All right, I think that did my throat in for one night. All right. Well, I hope that this all went really well for my first stream back with my new laptop. We only had one little technical hiccup that I got over, so that was good. I guess it seems there are 3 of you here. It might be enough for a raid if anyone's up for it. I will be back tomorrow with more Great Ace Attorney. We will be starting episode 2. Thank you so much to Edgar Allan P for your company. Let's see. Oh. Got a few friends on. Oh my god! Nono's playing Shadow of the Colossus. I love that game.
Let's help Nono play Shadow of the Colossus. If that sounds good to everybody. I don't know who's still sticking around. Alright. So, I'm hoping raiding will actually be much easier for me with this nice speedy new laptop. So here goes nothing. I'm gonna put in the raid for Nono's Carnival. Alright, raid. Ooh, Nono's Carnival. Alright, quit going out. Alright, thank you very much, everybody. I'm gonna be back tomorrow, so look forward to it. Yeah! Have a great night!